Hello and welcome back to the DPC South American Lower Division. We have Interitus versus Inverse. I'm aponzeus. With me here is Bowie. Hello.
Hello, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fine. Another day of absolutely outstanding South American Dota ahead of us. Interitus versus Inverse. Both of these teams looked the middle of the field in the previous season. Can we expect similar things here, or what do you feel? Does either of them have stepped up their game?
So, when Inverse actually joined the first DPC, they were definitely bottom of the barrel, and like in division in the second round of the second season of DPC, they actually stepped up so hard. It was really impressive. This iteration of Inverse is not the same that played, but I actually feel like they are an upgrade from the last one, which I think can probably put a lot of question and doubt on everyone that kind of thinks that Our Way and Balrogs are the favorites to go to Division 1. I'm not saying Inverse is going to go to Division 1, but I think these guys are much better than a lot of people would maybe give them the credit. Interitus, they are literally the same iteration. Vampeta here might look like a different name, but he is Amin from the last APC. He just changed his handle, I think. So, who has the upper hand here? I would say Inverse has a slight upper hand, but because they are a new team and they have new players, Interitus might have the better teamwork, the better strategies. I think the draft will probably tell us a little bit more.
Yeah. I always feel like a team that stayed together, yes, they have the experience of playing together. They have many different drafts that they've played in scrims, in officials. While a new team, they have, I feel like much often, more of a drive to prove with each other. So we'll see how those two things are gonna end up against each other. The first pick Rubik, why was here first pick Rubik from Interitus?
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Like when you actually see Mars and Snapfire being banned first, there's not that many supports right now that look amazing. And Weaver is one that often gets picked up, but I think Interitus probably doesn't value that hero as much, and the Rubik is a counter to Weaver at the same time. So maybe this is the you kind of deny the Weaver in a way, and you're still like Rubik is a overall decent hero. So I think that's where they're going. I'm not sure I agree, but it is something that SA teams are doing a lot. So we'll see whether it pays off for them or not. At the end of the day, they are playing Rubik versus Tide, which is it's pretty okay.
Yeah.
Now, I definitely favor this Hide Hunter Hoodwink lane a lot so far. We're not sure whether the Rubik's going to be a 5 or 4, but it's such a strong lane versus Luna. You just gush into the, into the... Jesus Christ, No, the W. I always forget
Bushwhack.
the name. Yeah, the Bushwhack. And it's just a lot of damage they're going to be able to output. Especially because Luna is a range hero, right? So you don't always go for that Quelling Blade, but someone in that lane will probably have to buy the early Quelling Blade, take all of those Radiant trees out, or else it's way too easy for the Hoodwink to play the lane.
Yeah, and also I feel like Hoodwink already, like together with the Tide Hunter, they have great team fight as well as great pick-off potential due to the sharpshooter. So a lot of damage coming out here from Inverse. I like the opener a lot. The Luna pick, as you mentioned, might struggle a little bit against the Tide Hunter. Why do they still go for that hero?
I mean, it's a staple. It's a hero that high grounds really well, farms really well. It's just very balanced right now. The question is how well they are going to be able to ban the counters, which they actually took Terrorblade, Ursa, and Monkey King. I think this is a pretty good selection of heroes. If I think, if you actually think about the heroes that are still available, Void kind of strikes to me as a good option. Usually, any gap closing bash hero is amazing versus Luna because she can't really stand her way. But there's, a lot of other really good left, like Drow Ranger. We'll see what Inverse is going to go for. But, Luna is just solid, and if your carry really trusts it, you're gonna give it first phase or else it's gonna get banned. It's just how drafts work. There's so many bans right now that it's really hard to less pick something that you're comfortable with and it's good at the same time.
Yeah. Would you like to go back to less bans? You mentioned there are so many bans. Like, I always think draft meta is very, very interesting, so...
I think most professional players and coaches would say no, that this is great.
Mm-hmm.
I personally am, a Huskar player. I'm a dirty little cheese pick kind of guy. So I kind of liked when we had 5, 6 bands instead of 7, but to each its own. I think
The cheese players
overall,
are, god damn it.
like I think these players they just love stability and the fact that they can lay out a groundwork where they're sure their strategy is good, and with cheese peaks it gets kind of weird. But anyways, they go for the gyrocopter here, which is a flag. Not only could be their 5, but could also be a carry. It's a good matchup versus the Luna. Oh, they were ready. They straight up go for a Disruptor, which is a counter to the Tide Hunter. Usually don't want to go BKB on Tide, which is the only kind of option that you have versus Disruptor.
Yeah.
Um, this is good. I think it doesn't necessarily win the lane versus Tide Hoodwink, but it's a solid pick. I like what Intertus is doing so far.
Yeah, I also think the Disruptor versus Hoodwink. Hoodwink not really a hero that has too high of a health pool, so the Thunderstrike is gonna prove to be very, very strong. Meanwhile, for Inverse, how would a Gyrocopter fare against the Centaur if it is indeed core? Oh,
Okay,
so
this could be
not
Tide
Tide
5.
Hunter.
I mean, it could be Tide 5. It could be Tide Mid, I guess, but probably gonna be Tide 5.
Yeah.
I think. They're and the Beastmaster is gonna be off lane. That's interesting. I guess with this Disruptor being picked, they feel like the Tide's gonna be hard countered. This is a good swap, I think. The Beastmaster just lanes so well versus anything really, and I don't think the Disruptor is gonna be strong enough against that. There is some unsynergy because the axes, if they go for that build, don't really work with Hoodwink.
Yeah.
At the same time, because usually the boars can get killed very easily by the Disruptor. As you said, it's a nuke that does a lot of damage. I'm really curious to see what is the build RZT goes for here. And now it's time to ban the mid heroes. They're taking a lot. No Storm, no Quap, no Invoker. I think Void Spirit is looking really good for Intertus. I think the fact that he's mobile and has the cast points lower than the Primal Roar just allow him to jump the Beastmaster and kind of mess with him. But they go
instead, they're gonna go for Kunkka. I feel like right now in Terradus, they have like a very, very tanky lineup once around like minute 15, 20 hits. Like with the Kunkka run buff, how do you kill a Luna, Centaur, and the Kunkka?
Yeah, for sure. Their cores are super tanky. The Luna's gonna be farmed. We'll probably have BKB. But at the same time, even though they're tanky, I think they might run into damage issues because, you have this Beastmaster giving a lot of vision. You have Hoodwink giving a lot of vision. It's not going to be that easy for the center to initiate. And without that control, I don't think Kunkka will do that much because you have this Void Spirit that doesn't care about X. Gyro will go for an early BKB. And so the only core that you can really control is Beastmaster. So it really depends on how the lanes go at the end of the day, because I think both sides could run into damage problems. But, in all of the other aspects, I think they're quite even. Luna and Gyro, they can Roche relatively well. They can high ground relatively well. They farm relatively well. So it's kind of similar in that regard, the carry matchup. And the Gyro probably goes late game a little bit better than the Luna, but it's super close. So both teams with very solid drafts, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have a lineup that if they win a fight, they will very easily get follow-up kills. Like on Interradus, you have the Disruptor. On Inverse, you mentioned Division with the Hawk. Void Spirit can follow very quickly. Hoodwink Bushwhack has quite a large range. So both sides, if they win a fight, they will get most likely extra kills. So it really comes down to who can win that fight.
True. And that's one thing that's very interesting with that Kunkka pick. Obviously Kunkka is a solid hero right now. That's not the only reason they picked it, but Kunkka is oftentimes a counter to Disruptor because when someone on your team gets a glimpse, you can actually axe them back. And maybe they were afraid of giving that away. So, that's just a small interaction that sometimes you see being used. Not gonna be the case here. Let's see. I do, because the drafts are so close, in my opinion, I think Inverse still probably has the slight edge because I think their players are really, really good, or maybe better than people give it credit for. We'll see who's gonna play better.
Conker is gonna go for the 8 bottles build. Always love to see it. Love to see it. As we are
Man.
heading here into game number 1 in Terradus on the Radiant side versus Inverse on the Dire in the South American lower division DPC. Every series matters. You want to make that run for the upper division. Ryer already spotting out some smokes here. And take some tower shots in return.
So he did go for the level 1 boar, RZT. So very interesting to see how that lane's gonna go. The boar doesn't really have any magic resistance, so that disruptor is gonna do so much damage to him.
I always wonder how Ice Frog decides which creatures get magic resistance and which don't. Like, why does Lycanwolves have like 75% magic resistance?
Yeah, it's really weird. I guess like because the boars are ranged, they have a slight advantage on the
Yeah, I mean they would be
melee
even
wolves.
better if they have, but it's just like, why do the wolves have it and the boars don't?
I
wolves
mean, they don't need armor, right? Because they have
wolves
magic
need no
resistance.
armor. True.
It is lore based.
Yeah, very lore based. But then why is Crystal Main so slow? So she's fast as the wolves of Icerack.
Huh.
Something to think about there.
That is true. That is true. I have no no answer for your question.
We have here Dire are potentially set up for a little bit of an engagement here, but I don't think that Interdus is going to give it to them. So in the mid lane, we're gonna have the Conquer versus the Void Spirit matchup. I feel like both of these players should be very, very familiar with that matchup. Would you say any hero has an advantage there, or is it very skill dependent?
It is skill dependent, but Kunkka should destroy that matchup because Void Spirit is melee. There are a little bit of there are a couple of plays you can do. You can try to dodge the Tidebringer with level 1 or dissimulate in general because it is kind of telegraphed. The animation in the sword gets there, but the Kunkka can also just cancel the animation and then you wasted your dissimulate. Overall, I would say Kunkka trashes it. He doesn't. The thing is that he doesn't have kill potential at level 6, which is usually something that when Kunkka has a matchup he's good, he also gets skill potential at 6, but he doesn't have that against the Void Spirit, so it gets better as the game goes on, but the lane should be pretty good for Ryer.
Oh, and D-Flash, he walked into 2 boars there and the Bushwhack. That is an easy first blood there for RZT. They give it to the hero who wasn't there.
There you go. That's gonna be a
and
lot
they
of
get a
gold for him.
D-Ward. Ooh, that is really good for Inverse. They get the mid D-Ward and the first blood.
Yeah, this is insane. I guess they're having some ping issues here. If I'm not if I'm not mistaken, in the last DPC, usually the first server would be Peru. So I'm assuming they're having some ping issues here on the side of Interitus. Oh. Yeah, I mean that's always sad, But hopefully it's not gonna take too long.
You always hate when it's these like outside circumstances influencing the game. You really want to see it is the 5 players versus the 5 players. It is a strategy being built, and it goes against each other. It shouldn't be like internet coming in.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is the reality that we are right now.
I agree. I think maybe once the COVID problem wears off and things are better, I think it would be really cool to have maybe only for Division 1 where like you have the whole DPC, you have your top 4, and that top 4 plays a LAN, just so stuff like that doesn't interfere that much, and then you just use the group stage as a foundation to set up the brackets, and that LAN kind of decides who goes to the major or something like that.
That would be very cool, yeah.
Yeah, I think. I mean, LANs are so fun, right? Because I think with the way the majors are usually set up, it's always in SCA or China or Europe, and it would be cool so that other regions also have kind of LAN events that are big and Valve based.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like that. There is a difference being at a LAN. Like it's different when you are all like, especially if you even have something like an audience. That certainly like it's not something that you can just like emulate by just being like, oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
just like another game. No, like there is a difference there. You'll try to blend it out, but you have to find your own personal way of dealing with it, which you can't do if you never have it.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. Looks like Hijack is back, so we
Mhm.
should be
Let's
ready to
hope
kick
his
off.
internet doesn't get hijacked. Um, I'll see myself out. Okay, so up top we're gonna have the gyrocopter versus the centaur Rubik lane. And hijack already denies on both sides there as Tidehunter gets that on the range creep. How is this top lane going to go?
I think this lane is way better now for Inverse than it was because Gush plus a missile on either one of those heroes. I guess the center is very tanky, but Rubik could easily die. He's playing very aggressive right now. But whoever gets level 2 here, oh look at that, this
Yeah,
could
they're running
be a
at
thing
him.
right
He
now.
might just. Okay, it's a
Okay,
little bit
doesn't
too
want
far,
to.
given that there are
Yeah,
creeps to kill. But yeah, if he
the
stayed, I
carry
think
didn't
like
have much.
one creep longer, he might have just died.
The
Taking a lot
Gush,
of harass.
-4 armor is a lot at the beginning. Actually, it was nerfed to -3, but Rubik doesn't really have that much armor to begin with.
Also, Centaur doesn't have much armor to begin with. Like, it would immediately bring him down to 0 with one gush. So
It's kind of crazy that he has the same armor as Rubik, right? Like when you look at the models of the heroes.
hey, I mean, like, Ogre has so much armor. Oh, Adrian is taking a lot of damage here from Hijack. That? Level 2. You mentioned whoever hits level 2 first there, and it was not Adrian. He is still only level 1. He's kind
Alright,
of struggling.
so I think the Slaw Titan Hunter is doing a really good job
Oh,
at
they're
blocking
gonna go in
that.
with the...
Oh! He was blocking the large camp, and his carry just... Yeah, I mean, I think that's actually Adrian's fault right there. He either needed a salve, or he had to play a little bit further behind.
That's a... Maybe he can get these range creeps?
Yeah, he will, he will.
Okay, he can get the range creeps at least and gets the experience for that, but that is a big deal there. And the 3 lanes so far, if you take just a quick gander at the last hit.
Oh, look at Rubik. He
Oh.
does take that missile this time with the Gush.
Oh.
No rocket barrage, actually. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I guess he didn't want to miss the creeps again. But I really like what they're doing, just dragging the creeps with Rubik. Because there's a lot of kill potential on the heroes, but if you're behind your tower, then the kill potential is pretty much... Because it's chasing kill potential. It's not really burst damage, right?
As at the same time, down bottom, they get the kill onto the Beastmaster. Nicely played there for the Luna together with the Disruptor. And you said they picked the Beastmaster knowing it would be a Luna Disruptor. It should be a little bit better, but he still died to that combo.
Yeah.
So now for this bottom lane, the Beastmaster is getting his last hits, but also the Luna is having a very, very good time, despite being first phased. Is that something you're worried about here for a little bit for Inverse?
I mean, I think that's fine as long as the Gyro is also farming equally, which right now he's not that far behind, but he did die.
Yeah.
So he definitely needs to step back his game, and ideally if they can get a couple of stacks for the Gyro, he's gonna be in a good position. We'll see how the rest of the laning stage goes though, because I mean the way that the Rubik here, Amin, is playing right now, he's playing so boldly, and the TIE Hunter doesn't really punish that much. He just runs around the Rubik, but doesn't have a lot of kill potential by himself.
Yeah, it's certainly a little bit of the weakness of a position 5 Tide. It is just waddling around, gushing people.
Yeah.
That
He plays really
that
well
is
with
it.
another carry, but by himself, he's kind of a blob.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it is currently very, very even. 21 and 22. In terms of last hit, did any of them really spend a lot of regen? No. Both just having the bottle with the water rune. The more levels there are, the easier it is for Conquer, however, as you mentioned, with that Tidebringer to just continuously hit onto the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I still feel like the matchup should be a little bit better for Ryder, Obviously, he gets better, but I think... Yeah, there you go. He is doing a lot of damage now. But it's really nicely done by Migi. Usually I see Void Spirits having way more trouble when playing against that hero.
Now up top, they're going on to the Rubik once again. Hijack looking for the stun to save the Rubik for a little while. Pimpolino gets his lift up there, but the flag cannon cancels the salve, but he will survive. They're now looking to turn this around onto Hijack, but Hijack has a ring of health and level 2 double edge. He is scary.
Super close engagement there. I think they canceled the attack once on the Tidehunter. I think he wanted to give the kill to the Gyrocopter, but at the end of the day, they lose the Rubik kill. That's a little unfortunate.
And they get a courier. That's nice.
Mid tower here taking some decent damage. I really like how Ryer's just tanking. He knows that the Void Spirit is low on resources, so he can do this. He's gonna get the glyph off. Oh, this is so good. This is gonna buy a lot of time.
This is at least down to like 60% or so. That's gonna be a lot of damage. And now even gets a 6-minute rune for it. And it is going to be bottom an arcane rune.
I mean, I wonder if he even like just bolts the next creep wave just so he can tank more hits.
Yeah.
The Rubik's not here with him. All right, so he's gonna. Yeah, looks like he's gonna give that up. Still very nicely done.
Down to less than half HP. At least Hoodwink came in to steal away their arcane rune, so that is nice for him. And they bring the Tidehunter here as well. But you're ganking a Kunkka, and if I've learned anything from attacker streams, that is not going out very well. Ganking the Rubik, however, that is much easier. Now looking to go on to Ryur himself. He is gonna bring out a Torrent, the boat to come out. Gets a run buff for himself, and he is actually walking a little bit back and forth. Now the Bushwhack onto the high ground. He
got a triple kill. Wow. I mean, that's what I was talking about. Like, I think at the end of the day, even though the Kunkka pressured a lot, once you get level 6, like the Kunkka just doesn't really control. It's kind of like Puck.
Yeah.
You know, the Kunkka can win the matchup, but once this hero starts going, he just dances on the Kunkka, and he cannot do that much.
And it
really nicely done.
It was very nice rotation there from Inverse, bringing both supports which were desperately needed to get that kill. The Gyrocopter, meanwhile, also got his level 6, now farms his jungle. It's going to be seen by a ward, however. So maybe Radiant is going to do something about that.
Really good warding, but I think the biggest problem for Ryer is that because he had to use the bolt defensively there, he can't really go after it. They usually would be able to maybe smoke onto this Gyrocopter, but he has to just farm the stack. Maybe now he can go for it if he gets a lucky rune, but there's already a battle here.
Flash is already getting gone on here by Migi, and one more Acorn shot is going to be enough. Now Rayer. There is a sharpshooter already available for the Hoodwink, but that is a lot of burst damage. That's going to be the X mark, and with the Stampede, they find the kill up top onto the Tidehunter.
I'm not sure I like that Stampede because I think this just gives the tower for RZT now. He already finished his Helm. Let's see if the Kunkka can maybe set up something with this Invis rune.
Yeah, they're bringing in the Disruptor. Do they have the damage to bring down the Brewmaster? Yeah, that should be a dead. There's going to be a Roar coming out. He's trying to at least take down the Disruptor himself. Sharpshooter misses. And RSNT gonna go down. D-Flash gonna survive a little while longer. Huddles into the trees and will be safe there. If that Sharpshooter connects, that's a kill onto the Disruptor, but you know, it's hard. You gotta shoot. Shoot very
he was very far away, so he didn't have that much leeway with how it's way easier to react.
And overall, coming out of this laning phase now, as it is breaking down, in terms of net worth, it is certainly Radiant coming out ahead. As they're gonna go onto the Beastmaster straight again. He just TP'd here. Nice Bushwhack coming out from Monty, but it is not going to be enough. RSNT gonna go down. Migi, however, makes it a trade for the Disruptor, looking for the Rubik as well. Rubik gonna go down. Double kill once again for the Void Spirit. Migi making a lot of stuff happen for his team.
I agree. I think he's definitely carrying right now. I think his laning stage was really good, but being 5-0-1 against Kanka, he's definitely carrying a lot of weight right now. Let's see if they can defend this mid tower. Hijack taking some damage.
Yeah, that's gonna be the Stampede forced. It's gonna be an X mark onto the gyrocopter, but just X mark him back.
I like what they were doing here on the side of Interitus because ideally you force a glyph, and once the catapult wave comes at 10 minutes, you can just take the tower. The problem is with no stampede, Inverse could do the same thing and try to force this. Yeah, look at the rotation. They don't smoke for it though. They do have one ward and no vision.
They are being seen under this ward here immediately. Rayer and D-Flash are gonna back off and gonna give up this bottom tower. And it's actually surprising Centaur was able to get the tower before this Beastmaster.
Yeah. I mean, Beastmaster did die twice in a row, right? So it's really hard for...
Oh, they're gonna go for Migi. And with the Static Storm there, he dodges to dissimulate. No, the boat not properly timed.
Huh.
That's...
maybe some ping issues there.
Yeah, those things cannot be happening as... I don't know if they get the kill on the Void Spirit, even if that boat connects, but they certainly would have a chance.
True. Don't want to be missing your skill shots. You know, it's a self-esteem sort of thing. If you start missing, have to trust yourself.
Yep.
Okay. The X is gonna bring the Kanka back. This is really good. They take the bottom tower as inverse, and now they group up. If they can just force this tower, knowing that Stampede is down, it would be really good. That said, they only have 8 seconds, and there is a lot of incentive here for Interitus to defend because of it.
There is still the threat of the Ravage to come out from this Tidehunter. So,
yeah, to use that spell.
See another X mark onto the Void Spirit. They actually get the stun into the Hoof Stomp follow-up, but the Dissimulate gonna be there, and Astro stepping away. Stampede used once again. But it might have just been trying to save the Luna, but not even that was successful there. And now 8th Remnant does not connect into Rayur.
So I didn't really check if Arzenti was smoked. I'm going to assume he wasn't because they had a ward there, a Radiant ward. Luna shouldn't be dying if she's farming that area. So that's very sad for Interitus because I think to this point they were doing a really good job at forcing rotations, but just give time for FCR to keep farming.
And this was another, I feel like that was now the 3rd Stampede where I felt like there was more just for disengage. And they didn't really get much out of that. And it allows for Dire now to split up. They farming on pretty much every core except for Migi, who's just catching some more resources at bay.
He's pretty close to finishing that U-Scepter. That's such a good item versus the Kanka, versus even the Centaur, right? Being able to use the U-Scepter when he stampedes.
And there's the smoke. Looking for the triangle, I would assume. They still have that Ravage. Uh-oh, FCR, you have to get out of here.
They know.
Oh, that's going to be Astral Step, double Astral Step into the Aether Remnant, into the Bushwhack, an easy kill onto the Luna again. At the same time, Disruptor gets walked down by the Beastmaster. They block the Ancient Camp.
Yeah, I think the control of the triangle here not being really properly done by Interitus. You need at least 2 sentries here. They only have one to unblock the Ancients, but they need another one. Like, you're playing Beastmaster. You need to have certainty that your Luna is not being stared at as she farms that triangle, because you're not that safe if there's a Beastmaster in the game.
Yeah, and that is just like the prowess of that Beastmaster hero. You provide so much vision. Just so much vision.
Yeah, look at FCR just drawing a lot. That's though very aggressive drawings. They're never a good sign.
Yeah, that's like, oh no. That's when the team is like, oh.
Calm down. Just we're gonna ward for you. Keep farming, please.
And we have now an Agnum Scepter finished for the Gyrocopter. First item Agnum Scepter. Oh, he had a Dragonlance and disassembled that, so that... so it chooses to go for the Agnum Scepter. We sometimes see Maelstrom, we sometimes see just Yasha. Do you like the choice of Agnum Scepter in this game?
I do. I think a lot of the builds I'm seeing nowadays is either the first item Crystallis with the stats build. In this game, he did go for a couple of points in stats, but there's a lot of burst damage, you know, with the control on side of Intertus. I think having the tankiness of the eggs never hurts. I think this is still one of the best builds this hero can go for. Now, mid lane, it's catapult time, so let's see if they can secure
They're
this
gonna
tier
go
one.
onto a hijack here. They break him with the sharpshooter. Migi, however, gonna get stunned up. They're bringing in more heroes. They have the Ravage to come out here to save the Void Spirit. Big Ravage, but Stampede, and they get the kill onto the Void Spirit. Now the lift up, Roar coming out. Ravage stolen by the Rubik, and they're gonna look to turn this around, taking down the Beastmaster as well. A beautiful fight here for Intertus on the back of the stolen Ravage. Oh, and Tidehunter, you should not be here anymore. Your Arch Nemesis is here. Conker, he wants to bring you down. And Slaw gonna turn into Coleslaw right now as he's gonna be brought down.
All right, I'm gonna say something here. I feel like that build from the Tidehunter is so greedy because the reason he got his Ravage stolen is that he used Anchor Smash, and because it's level 1, the cooldown is almost double as if it was level 4.
Yeah.
And he didn't have the cooldown nor a target for the Gush. And, you know, you cannot have that Ravage being stolen by a first pick Rubik. Oh, that's such... I think his build is a little bit greedy in that sense, or the way he took the fight. If you're really going to go for this build, you have to be very careful with how you use your spells.
Migi immediately coming back to that place, visits his grave and says, we want this tower now. They know there's no Stampede up.
Oh, that illusion's
an
baiting a lot of
illusion.
spell.
And now the jump in here from Hijack, going onto Adrian into the kinetic field here, and FCR has arrived. Gyrocopter getting low, X marks the spot back, and Adrian gonna go down a second time that they defend this tier 1 tower successfully. And the X marks the spot onto Migi, finds the dissimulate, and Astral steps away. But Hijack, he finds the stun into the Lucent Beam, into the Torrent, and another kill. Oh, this tier 1 tower is the absolute downfall for Inverse right now.
Man, that's such you know, this really changes the game for Intertus. The way they play those two mid pushes.
More. Law and avoids him for now. Avoids him. Okay.
It's gonna be okay. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. No, they were like, all right, Intertus used all their spells, let's go. But they still didn't really position that well when they're going for that push. And this is going to be a lot of... All of that time wasted for FCR. He's now, again, ahead of everyone. This is really good. That's his comeback.
Yeah, and I'm getting a little bit worried here also with Hijack. Like, his Blink Dagger plays have been phenomenal so far. They're still looking to defend this tier 1, looking for maybe a kill onto RC.
Ravage on Rubik still.
Yeah, that's gonna be the blink forward. They find the Beastmaster. Bushwhack saves him for a little while, but there's gonna be the Ravage. Migi... Yeah, okay. He decides better of it.
Alright. Does use the Ravage for the style points, but it was gonna wear off, so he gets the Resonant Pulse instead. No problems there. Yeah, I mean, I love Kunkka's build. He... like, Halberd is oftentimes really good item against Gyrocopter, but there's so many stuns on the side of Inverse that he decides to get his BKB and frontline for his team. As long as they can force these 4 versus 5 fights, the Luna will become massive and eventually FCR can just carry the game. So I think he just buys more time with the BKB.
And you mentioned during the draft the damage issues that could come out for the Dire. Actually, I hold that thought as we see here a little bit of a smoke from the supports. But Shadow Amulet from the Disruptor into the Sharpshooter, not gonna be enough. Migi looking for the Rubik, but Rubik stole the Astral Step. Such a good spell for him.
He has so much cast range.
Yeah. And now the Stampede, they look to turn this around. With the Eclipse, they get the kill. The Ravage not in time. BKB is used by Rayer and FCR.
Alright, that's a lot of commitment though.
Yeah, but they find Beastmaster as well. A third kill.
Yeah, he's dead. There's no way.
Yeah.
Is this Roche for Intertus? Because they do have, you know, double BKB. They have the center to tank. Alright, they will Roche.
They say yes, it is Roche for us.
Alright.
Rubik is not allowed to leave. He gets X marked.
This is so good. This is one of the best things about Kanka.
Yeah.
It's so good to do that.
And even
they
refills the
scan.
bottle. Beautiful. Took one charge for himself.
There might be a chance for inverse. This is really slow, but yeah, I guess they don't have any smokes.
They also
They
don't
give up
have
on him.
Beastmaster up for the vision. And so that's going to be an Aegis into the hands of the Luna. And yeah, as I mentioned before this fight started, Dire kind of struggling with the damage now. Like, they are able to finish off Disruptor and Rubik if they get on top of them. But I feel like the other three heroes are just a very, very tanky bunch.
I agree. We did discuss that in the draft, but I also feel like they didn't really play their fights as well as they played their lanes. I think their lanes were very impressive.
Yeah.
Especially mid with Migi. But they were super sloppy, especially the second time going for that mid tier 1 tower. That was really the beginning of their downfall this game. Now this is a tier 2 tower for FCR top. He didn't even have backup there. And they could just go mid if they want to.
And there is going to be the smoke looking once again here for the Void Spirit. Void Spirit, it's going to get stunned into the Static Storm. A Bushwhack going to keep the Centaur in place together with the Kunkka. Yule's Scepter, Migi has it assimilate. Can he get out? It's going to be the question. Glimpse. Oh,
the
the illusion rune, perfectly timed. And now Stampede's still going to come out here. Migi going to get stunned up. Oh. It looked really nice. I mean, the illusion rune dodge of the glimpse. Deep Flash was like, ha, he doesn't have the simulate anymore. But then he had the illusion rune. Still got
he
caught,
forced
though.
by himself the Stampede and the Static Storm. So that was some time that was bought. There's still 3 minutes here in the Aegis, but ideally, if you can at least defend one tier 2 tower away from the Luna, it would be really good. Let's see if they can do that. Oh, glimpse.
Uh-oh. Tidehunter, he's been found and slowly but surely just gonna get brought down here. And this just feels like you mentioned that the Gyrocopter and Luna feel very similar timing-based carries. This feels like the timing for this Luna. Just so strong with the Brigand's Blade, the Aegis, Dragonlance, Mask of Madness, BKB. All of it together just feels so good. And what does Dire need to do here? They can't really fight into this Aegis.
Well, you need to split push the lanes away from where Intertus is right now, and you just have to wait out the Aegis. They're probably not gonna go high ground as Intertus because they're not in a rush necessarily. All you need to do is farm the items that you need, which the BKB was already farmed on this Gyrocopter. And take a fight once the Aegis is out. Because the gold advantage is not that big, even though the map control for Intertus is definitely much, much bigger. If they can take a good fight, not like get Ravage stolen, they can definitely win a fight. It's really just about pressing the buttons together at the proper place.
Yeah. And Arsent able to split push.
Okay,
Rubik is gonna get found here, but the Aether Remnant from the Rubik was there, and they get this kill onto Arsent. Okay, he just hides in the trees for a little bit. But at the same time here, Migi finds the Luna.
Oh, he still has Aegis though. This is dangerous.
Yeah, the rest of the team is approaching, but if they can just maybe take out the Aegis, they force a BKB and they give up the Tidehunter.
Alright, force a BKB.
Yeah, that could have been worse. Luna can't really fight without her BKB, but she still has Aegis, so she doesn't really mind all that much. Rayur still looking for more, still has that DD. Oh, and he finds the Hoodwink. Bushwhack.
Oh, nice stun though.
But follow-up from Hijack is going to be there.
Okay.
And we mentioned the damage for Inverse. There's gonna be an
they know about Adrian. They know. He thinks he's safe. Poor Gyrocopter.
He's been found. Oh no. That's gonna be a BKB, but no, the creep locked him in there. And the body blocks are more than enough, and they're just bleeding kills one after one after one. And now the Luna is like, maybe actually I can't go high ground. There's no creep wave.
This is such an interesting game because, you know, in terms of the laning stage, I think Inverse played really well, but the overall macro game from Interitus and the ward game has been so good. We saw these high ground wards doing so much work, not only here, but in that other kill where they found the Beastmaster. They, you know, they definitely turned a game that was definitely better for Inverse at 10 minutes. They're doing a really good job in terms of their map movements.
And now looking for more. Beastmaster gets the blink away. And with the Stampede, they're not going to find anybody.
Yeah, they're just stuck now. It feels like Inverse, they're able to split push the side lanes, but whenever something happens, they're not really like using the other parts of the map that get freed up. They just try and go for these weird fights, like when they tried to go for the Luna that still had a minute of Aegis. That was way too greedy, I think. Still, even after all of those kills that they bled, they're only 5k gold behind, so they could take fights. Just that it's gonna be harder than it was 5 minutes ago.
For sure, and they're gonna go for the smoke.
Alright, no
they have
stampede.
the Ravage. They have a blink dagger on the Tidehunter. So that might change things up. They find maybe a good engagement here directly onto the Luna, who has finished the Daedalus. If this Luna is allowed to hit people, she is gonna do significant amount of damage.
I really dislike this ward that they placed here in the river, because now they only have one ward in case a fight starts, and it's so important in these nighttime fights against the Luna to drop a ward when, you know, once the engagement begins. But looks like nothing is really gonna come out. Nice positioning there by Interitus. They have the high ground, and they don't feel comfortable going back.
Yeah, I mean, they're
going
it's
high
them
ground now.
pushing the tier 3.
Yeah.
And FCR feels very safe right now. Knows that they are most likely on a smoke, forces some TP reactions, and they're gonna go back. Very disciplined play here by Interitus.
That's the beauty of Luna as well, because that 1800 night vision, once you go high ground, just allows you to look at those TPs. It's so hard for you to TP away from vision, and if you do, you're gonna be far away from the Luna, so you cannot engage. It just gives you a lot of safety when you go for stuff like that. Okay, so how are the items looking here for Interitus? They already have that Halberd, which is really good versus the Gyro. They have this Crimson Guard. I mean, they're so tanky. I don't think
once he finishes that Agnum Scepter, I don't know how they're gonna get killed.
Yeah, you have to force a lot of things one by one. If you just commit, you YOLO commit, it's never gonna be a good fight for Inverse. Oh boy, I think Argentine might be dead.
Yeah, he might get scouted out here. Although his Hawk saw the Centaur. He doesn't have a TP, but he's hiding in the trees. Rubik still has his smoke up. Does not. Maybe with the courier they're gonna find him.
10 seconds. Nah, it's
No,
fine.
they're all just TPing top. As we have here a little pause. Oh no, this is a very unfortunate timing as they just saw each other.
Oh no.
Migi sees the Luna here. Luna is actually already in the animation for a Lucent Beam. We have the G call. And Migi gonna get Lucent Beam. So much damage, just one Lucent Beam. Oh, Hijack finds the stun here onto Slaw. And Slaw, he doesn't want to use the Ravage in an unfortunate place, but he's just gonna be chipped down. That was so low commitment from the Radiant, and I guess the DD made it much easier with the shard from the Luna. So now we're gonna have FCR here looking towards top again. Same time
I really like the way they're controlling the map on Interitus, because they can control this big jungle, they're always forcing Inverse back, and since this is so close to Roshan, they will always have the Roshan control advantage. 15 seconds for each spawn. Let's see if Inverse... I mean, I think they have to contest this, or else it's such an easy high ground push for Intertus.
Yeah. I feel like Aegis on a lineup that is already so tanky is just so much more value. Because it already takes so much to take that first life. And that's also going to be a shard. Who do you think is going to take that shard?
I think the Luna, you know, she has the... Oh, she already has one.
Yeah, she
so
already bought hers.
probably...
Maybe the Disruptor or the Rubik, I think. Oh, they actually find the Rubik here. That's a good kill for the Dire. No Ravage can be stolen, and they're still in the Roach Pit. Maybe Dire can now fight.
I think this is very greedy. Let's see if they can get away
Okay, that's
with
gonna be
it.
the buyback from the Rubik. But they're gonna be too late. Hijack stops him in their approach. That's gonna be the Aegis gonna be picked up by the Luna. And Migi. They're now gonna go in here with the Ravage. They know there's no BKB anymore on the Luna. Going for the Disruptor. Disruptor has a Glimmer Cape, will still go down. They find the Conquer as well as Adrian delivers the damage. His BKB has run out now. Hijack just trying to get away. Acorn Shot not gonna be good enough. And that's gonna be 3 quick kills for Inverse.
Alright. I mean, at the end of the day, it's cool that they got a lot of kills, but the status quo is still the same, I think.
Yeah.
You have this insanely fat Luna that didn't lose Aegis.
The status quo got changed if you look at the Rubik.
Wait, what? What did he... What happened?
He stole Ravage.
Oh. I mean... Yeah, this is...
That can't be happening. Like,
No.
you gotta have your Anchor Smash ready. You gotta shift Q those abilities.
One time, we can accept it. 2 times, unacceptable.
I feel like it's always, like, against the Rubik. Like, sometimes you just forget that you're playing against the Rubik. But then once it happens, you're like, okay, it shouldn't, like, does not happen again. That's when your team says, hey, that, like, don't let that happen. Don't let that.
Like, you're position 5 tied, right? You're not gonna jump into Anchor Smash anyone, so you should save it as the spell that you use as soon as you Ravage, so you don't have it stolen. I mean, there's obviously a lot of cast range on this Rubik, so he can be in a position where he doesn't get Ravage and steals it, but I don't know.
It certainly
such a
speaks
good
to
power
his
spike,
prowess as a Rubik player. They're gonna go for the Disruptor here, and they're going to find him. X marks the spot onto Migi, into the Tidal Wave, and that's gonna be an easy kill for the Radiant now. So they're happy with that trade. Oh, and the question about who took the shard, it was the Conquer. That's where we saw the Tidal Wave coming from.
It's pretty good. I like it. Being able to control the team fights a little bit. It's, I guess he will have some mana problems, though, with the way he is set up. It actually ends up being a lot of mana spent. Alright, so they're going high ground here. They just need to wait the Disruptor TP.
We also have the Agnum Scepter for the Centaur, so the damage reduction's gonna be there. And the Luna doesn't really wait for the Disruptor. She's already onto the high ground. She's like, what they're gonna do to me? I have a 2-minute with Aegis. She has a Satanic. She is so farmed. And to jump in here from Hijack, going onto the Tide. They still have the Rubik with that Ravage. Oh, does Dire even know about it? It's gonna be the question. Slot jumping in there. Threatened the Ravage.
Oh, God.
And Luna threatened him. And yeah, she just killed him. Oh, the Tidal Wave connecting there onto Adrian. And now it is, oh, the jump in here from the Rubik catches him with the Ravage onto the Gyrocopter. That's Adrian gone. And Migi, it is all on him now. Buyback from the Tide Hunter. The Glimpse gonna be there. Migi, no! Has a Yule Scepter. Lucent Beam a little bit too early. Dissimulate. Not get out. Triple kill for FCR, and it just seems so easy.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Intertus. You have your carry 0 and 2 at 12 minutes, and somehow they were just able to really outplay Inverse in the map, and I think they were just the kings of the mid game here. Obviously, inverse they had they had those two Ravage Stolens, and I think the way they approached the mid tier 1 push was
Yeah.
not the greatest.
Hmm.
But kudos to Interitus. They played really well after their early game.
And it really, I feel like that second tier 1 mid push might be a little bit of inexperience as a team, of like just like where does everybody stand, how do they approach that fight, because oh, they're gonna find the Tidehunter here. Everybody just gotta get away. It's gonna be 2 sets of racks, and it just feels if they clean up that, I feel like they're in a much better spot. So certainly something that is can relatively easily be worked on for Inverse, and we'll have to see here. They're gonna back up here. Interitus, they have not won it yet. Arsene just jumped on forward here, is gonna get stunned up. Stampede to follow, and they find the Beastmaster. Migi going onto the Void Spirit, says, I don't want Ravage stolen anymore, and they're gonna go for the Rubik. Rubik is gonna go down. Adrian fights here with the BKB, but FCR still so strong and just gets the kill. The glimpse back onto Migi, and that is just the Luna show now. They didn't even came close to killing her.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really hard to take that fight, even without the Aegis, once you're 13k gold behind. And as you said, I think they really need to iron a couple of things out, but they played really well. Like, the gold advantage until the barracks went down was never really that high, so they farmed well. But definitely in terms of team fights, and we did talk about the fact that Interitus is a team that did not swap after the last DPC, whereas Inverse has some new players, so they still, need to work on communication and map movements a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll see here. Interitus taking the game number 1 victory. Just like very solid team play. I feel like Hijack with his hoof stomps during that tier 1 mid defense looked very good. And of course, the stolen Ravages stole them twice.
Yep.
Yeah, not really too much to say there. I feel like we've covered a lot of it. Bowie, if you are here the coach for Inverse, what would you say to your team? How do you bring them back together, and what do they need to change something in the draft?
I think their draft was really good. I feel like, you have to really talk with Law and ask if he was comfortable playing that Tidehunter or not. If he was not, maybe just take it out of your ideas, because at the end of the day, I think what they did with actually picking the Tidehunter and then swapping it back to 5 was really good in concept, but you have to be able to execute it. And if he just doesn't like the hero, if he doesn't want to play it, just play something else, because that was really the crux of most of their problems at the end of the day. So give me another hero. He's a really good player, and as long as he's comfortable, I think they have much better chances.
Absolutely. We'll see how it's going to go in game number 2. Interitus are now up 1 game in this best of 3, but you got to close it out. Inverse certainly have the ways of coming back, so we'll find out what's going to happen in game number 2 after a short break. Hello and welcome back to game number 2 between Inverse versus Interitus in the lower division of the South American DPC. I am aponzeus, with me here is the fantastic Bowie. We have a game number 2 on our hands. Already a lot of picks in. What are you making of this?
Well, what I can see is that Inverse is actually taking the approach Interitus did the first time. They are the ones to first face their carry, and they actually go for that Weaver we were talking about, right? We discussed the Rubik being the first phase for Interitus. They go for the Weaver even though Rubik is on the side of Interitus. But I actually like this. I was not convinced with the way Slaw played that Tidehunter. And, you know, it's much better if the Rubik steals Sukuchi instead of that Ravage. So I think it's a better position for Slaw. He doesn't have to care about the Rubik that much. And, I mean, Medusa is a really good carry. It fits the same playstyle that the Luna had for Interitus in that first game. We'll see what they're gonna give away. The heroes that you ban as Medusa are very different from the heroes that you ban as Luna, right? You're seeing the PLAM, whereas in that other draft we saw the TB, the Monkey King, the Ursa being taken away. If the Ursa is available for Interitus, it is a really good counter pick and a good matchup versus Dusa.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gonna see the Chikiro make its appearance. For Interitus. I feel like Chikiro is very nice against Medusa. Like Medusa very much like is this idea of a strong fortress that doesn't really move that fast, but just like walks up and stays there. And Chikiro is perfect for that. You have Ice Path and Macropire to put down right where she stands, and she can't really fight there anymore. So we'll have to see Inverse now. What would you like to see from them? Like, we need some stuns here, I feel like.
Yeah, they're definitely lacking on the stun part. They will... okay, a Treant.
One of my favorite heroes. I love Treant Protect. I believe it was the first hero I ever played in Dota 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just punch people. It's so good. It's so
The first hero I ever played was Jakiro, actually. And it was not even Dota 2. It was actually the Warcraft mod. I was playing Dota 1 by myself, and I just love Jakiro. I think I'm not sure. You know, you're talking about the lack of stuns. I don't think Treant Protector really accomplishes that.
Yeah.
And now they go for Ember. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of what I'm seeing right now. You're picking Ember without seeing the matchup of the enemy mid, which could give you like tons of ways to abuse that. And you're still lacking on lockdown quite a bit, I think.
Right now, this feels a little bit... I hate to say it like that, but they're maybe a little bit ruffled from that game 1, and it's more of a like, hey, what do you position 5 feel like playing right now?
It kind of feels like that, honestly. It's
all of these heroes are good by themselves, but together they don't really form a mass. While for Interitus, I feel like already with their 3 heroes, I see more of an all-around how to approach team fights than for Inverse. But maybe we're wrong here. Maybe we're not seeing the secret strat that they have, and it is going to be the Queen of Pain for Interitus.
Yeah, I mean, I can see like in a way what they want to do. You want this Dusa to farm, and you want to buy time with the Treant by just using Leech Seed. The problem that I see is they're gonna need an offlaner that can hold the towers.
Yeah.
So you need that Tidehunter, or you need a Centaur. But well, Centaur's already picked there, and a lot of the offlaners are gonna be banned now. It's going to be hard to wait the need for stuns, the need for tanky offlaner that defends towers, and also can fight with this Ember. Because, I mean, sure, Weaver can chase the Ember around, but it doesn't have that much damage, and the Treant is super immobile. So how do you play the game, you know?
Yeah, that is a great question. I really feel like that Queen of Pain pick makes a lot of sense for Interitus because, as you mentioned, Inverse wants a hero that can stand in front of towers, but Queen of Pain deals so much damage. I don't know if there's any hero that can really stand in front of towers against that Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
Like, the hero that comes to my mind is Underlord, but even he could just get burnt down by Chikiro, Queen of Pain, walking at your tower.
And the biggest problem that I see is that we talked about what carry Inter was gonna pick. At the end of the day, they will be able to pick the carry after the off lane that Inverse goes for, so they
Yeah.
can get something that not only lanes well versus whatever Inverse picks, but it is also a good matchup versus the Dusa.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're gonna take the Timber Saw away. And I mean, I like the Timber. It defends towers really well. Doesn't really have that stun we talked about.
Yeah.
What other hero could fit the bill here? I mean, they don't want to bend the tide. They want to give that away. Can RZT play a better tide than Law? Well, we'll see if they'll go for it. There's no disruptor this time,
Yeah.
so it might be an easier tide game in a way. But it could be, hard counter by an Ursa, hard counter by a Razor. No, Razor is banned, but Ursa's still in the pool.
I also just thought about you shouldn't pick Underlord because the enemy has Rubik. Like, Rubik steals Firestorm and it's very easy to steal. That is an insane spell on Rubik.
It's annoying as hell. And if it has the same problem of the ties, just slow, gets hard counter by Ursa, they're gonna have to sack the lane that they're last picking, and that always kind of feels bad, honestly.
Let's see here. Inverse, they have a minute of reserve time. Right now, I feel like we're both very much on the same page. That we feel like Intertus is in commanding how this draft goes. And so Inverse, can they change that around? Can they maybe play a Treant Protector offlane?
That is interesting. That is interesting. You know what else I also thought about? What about an offlane Spirit Breaker? I think the Spirit Breaker defense tower is kind of okay. He can play aggressively around the map and has a stun.
Yeah.
It's decent-ish versus Ursa because you do have a lot of armor. You do have the charge at least, so you can run away from him. Okay,
Sniper.
yeah. I mean, Elaine's okay versus the possible Ursa. I think they can't really go Ursa now, I think.
Yeah. The question is going to be, like, once the laning stage dissolves, how is the Viper gonna fare against the Queen of Pain? I think that is for me the big question mark. But I think that is one hero that it doesn't really provide that lockdown. And Inverse, they certainly need a good laning stage to get a foothold in this game. Ooh. Sniper. Now, I was gonna say I find it disgusting that Inverse picks Viper, but I'm also gonna say I find it disgusting that Intertus picks Sniper. Like, what? This is not some good Dota. Good, honest Dota. Viper and Sniper are not honest Dota heroes, but I'm sure as a Huskar spammer, you're never about good, honest Dota.
Yes, I agree. Honest Dota is Dota that is played with 5 people on either side, and they're all playing their own accounts. I don't think anything else counts as doesn't count as honest Dota. But this is quite surprising because in a way I can see why they went Sniper. You do outrange the Viper, and you do also outrange the Dusa. But there's a lot of gap close on the side of Inverse, and there's no saves. So when you think about this Treant Protector moving around the trees to try and backstab the Sniper, this Ember just using the Remnant from 2,000 range away, the Weaver, it's not that easy of a sniper game. So at the end of the day, I think they kind of bounced the draft much better than I thought it was possible for Inverse.
Yeah.
So kudos to them. Overall, their drafting in both games is good. Let's see if they can just play a better mid game, because that was really their worst problem in my opinion.
And you mentioned during the previous game, you thought that the laning stage looked good for Inverse. I feel like in this game, there is even potential to have it go a little bit better in the laning stage, and maybe they can snowball off of that. Certainly the possibilities are there. One thing that I do want to mention though, I feel like it is a really good Rubik game.
It is. Once again, like stealing the Viper W, stealing the Weaver Sukuchi, Treant's ult. There's a lot that you can do there. You were talking about lanes. I think that Intertus lane is omega strong. Like the Gyro Tidehunter in some moments was able to almost kill the Rubik. This dude's Weaver lane is so weak. They're gonna get trashed. If this Weaver doesn't die once, it's already a huge victory for Inverse. The other lanes,
it's going to be the Treant though.
Wait. Am I? No, that's center Rubik versus. Oh, I see what you mean.
I'm not sure if
It
it's
could
gonna
be
get
over
much
5,
better.
right? No, it's actually 4. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So
It is an okay lane. Yeah,
we'll
it is
see.
better.
I mean,
Hmm.
if the Treant gets on top of the Rubik, he's gonna be punching.
Yeah, and they do have 2 slows. It's actually 3 slows with the Arbovinum. So there's definitely some potential for them to do a lot of damage if Pimpolho. It's kind of weird to call him Pimpolho because his name was Amin.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's out of position, he can definitely take a lot of damage. But I think he played the lane really well last time. So it's gonna be Inverse has to play better if they really want to stay on top of him.
FCR is just bottom helping with the deforestation.
Awesome! I love this.
This is
Because
very funny
actually, I
to
mean,
see.
with all due respect, I'm loving, cast with you, Apon, but I hate Tree and Protector players so much. I always, like, whenever the game starts, I'm like, guys, everyone buy a Quelling Blade. Let's go to the tree. When they actually nerfed the trees and they made them spawn every 3 minutes instead of 5, I was so pissed. Because that's a buff to tree. Like, at the end of the day, you're
It is
spending all
such
this
a
time
buff.
cutting trees, and in 3 minutes, they're gonna be back. But it does help in the first levels for sure.
I'm very surprised we're not seeing more Tree and Protector in general. I feel like that hero is very, very strong. And I feel like one spell that people underestimate is Leech Seed on that hero.
Oh.
That spell is so good for trading in lane. It is so good. You can't trade against him. He hits too hard and he heals from you. You just have to walk away. And you're slowed for it.
Yeah, it's really good. The slow definitely was nerfed, right? Because I
Yeah.
think the old Leech Seed was a 25% slow,
Yeah,
but
it was
the
much.
Q is amazing. It's really good. Let's see what he's gonna learn actually. Now he has to play the right side instead of the left one. So it's definitely a little bit harder for him because you can see that Hijack is the one playing on the right side. So trading versus the center is always gonna be worse for him, a melee hero,
Yeah.
than trading versus that Rubik.
That's Law. He's
What
just
is he doing?
trying to make sure that Pimpolio cannot get close to the Medusa. Now gonna block the hard camp.
This is one advantage he has. The Rubik can't really body block the camp without taking a shitload of damage from Slaw. So they might have the camp advantage, which is always nice.
Yeah. Now you mentioned during the draft you saw the Ember Spirit pick and you weren't really quite a fan because there was a lot of potential to for counter picks. So we have here the Queen of Pain. How rough is it for Migi?
I mean, this laning stage used to be much worse before the water runes. It's still really hard. But, there's a lot of plays you can do. You can dodge the dagger with Sleight of Fist. I'm surprised that Ryer even went for level 1 dagger there. It is playable. No, it's definitely co-op favored, but it's not awful. In terms of the last hits right now, it's... yeah, I mean, he's actually ahead, so he's doing really well.
Yeah, just trying to put the pressure on with the Flame Guard. At some point, the Flame Guard's gonna be a little bit too much to deal with. Not enough magic damage there. And they're gonna go for the Rubik here. There's 1 punch, 2 punch. He's at 60% HP. 3 punch, 50% HP. Perfect tree and gameplay. I see nothing wrong there. Do you like to play ability draft?
I used to play a lot of it, but recently it's been a while since I've done it.
If you get treant in ability draft, you're just like, this is great.
Because you get the tree walking, right?
Yeah, the tree walking as well as just the base damage. It's so high.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
If you get any attack speed thing, it's pretty nice, pretty nice. But anyway, back to the game here. So far, no first blood yet. Viper, far forward here, but it is a Viper. She's annoying. She's very, very annoying.
Yeah, he just farms so well, and I think sure you pick the sniper and you're gonna outrange the Deuce and the Viper, but you also kind of make this Viper play free because you don't have that much kill potential as a sniper. You don't really move that fast. So in a way, I think you're enabling RZNT's hero quite a bit. I wonder how he's gonna look like in 10 minutes.
And they're trying to go here onto RSMT. However, the slow's gonna be
just
there
jinxed
with the
this
dual
guy.
breath. That's gonna be first blood for D-Flash.
I just jinxed him so hard. I'm
And
sorry.
in the mid lane, the
Full
solo
flash?
kill for the Queen of Pain without level 6.
Wow. Okay.
That is very, very good for Rayer there. He's now gonna get his own bounty rune. So gonna stack.
Yeah, beautiful stacking. The Weaver is trying to contest one of the runes, but Ryer will definitely get the bottom one. There's no way around that.
And now he's at full level ahead of the Ember Spirit. Might even be another play potential around level 6. So we'll have to see that. As up top, RSNT far too far forward, and the slows just too much. They're maxing out that shrapnel on the sniper together with the dual breath, and the Viper, she doesn't have a single point in corrosive skin, so she just dies.
Yeah, I think he definitely misplayed there, because you know your Weaver is not in the lane, and there's a load of slows, as you talked about. He should have just been waiting for the pull, the large can pull there, and buy himself some time. He's like, oh, I'm a Viper, I cannot die, and that kind of just really throws his lane, because Viper is a timing-based hero. He has to smoke with no boots. Look at that. This is so humiliating for him.
Well, I'm not sure if I should show this on stream. This is very humiliating. let's look away. That is not something you see every day.
Take your kids out of the room, please.
So the lane for the sniper suddenly turned so well for FCR. You did mention the sniper. There is an Ember Spirit to get on top of him. As well as the Shikuchi has a lot of mobility to get there. And there is no saves for this sniper at the current moment.
Yes.
Maybe they're able to make something with that, but FCR having a fantastic time so far.
They just have to stabilize these lanes, because you know if the sniper is 4-0, even if you dive him, he might just triple kill everyone, because this hero is disgusting. You really, yeah, like this Ember needs to recover his game, which he is, you know, doing relatively well. But look at the gank. I just jinxed Miggy probably.
Miggy, Ice Path misses the lift into the dual breath.
Oh,
he got his level 6. And Rayer gonna go for the Sonic Wave, doesn't reach.
Oh, okay. That was a decent try, I guess.
Yeah. But that's now Sonic Wave down, and at the same time up top, you mentioned it, FCR gonna get brought down by RSNT. He's gonna pay his life for it.
Oh,
We
okay,
need
at
wars.
least he got the kill, right? But he died before the. No. He actually.
He got the kill and then he died.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. That kind of salvages his game a little bit.
And with the rotation towards bottom, like everything's just exploding right now. Adrian gonna get the TP away.
They do have that ward though, so Intertus knows this Deuce is still farming nearby and doesn't have a TP. This is dangerous.
Slaw, however, he just wants to get to some trees. And he's gonna get lifted up, being brought down, and Queen of Pain brought some pain there.
Okay. All right. So I mean, this Ember's level 6. I think right now a good play for Inverse, since they do have this Treant respawning and the Weaver, would be a smoke and try to look for the sniper, or at least get some wards going so that they know where FCR is farming. Because if he can just, you know, free farm for 5-10 minutes, the game just becomes really hard.
I'm also a little bit worried here. Like once, Intertus first faced this Centaur, and Inverse tried to counter it with the Medusa, but right now this Medusa feels countered by Hijack. And the Stampede, is it going to be enough damage? Living Armor going to be there from Slaw and is going to save Adrian, but so much pressure on this Medusa.
Yeah, this is not an easy game. You know, in the first game, at least Inverse had the advantage of winning their lanes. They are being massacred right now, so...
Yeah, RSNT looking for FCR up top.
1 second of the TP. Oh, if he actually had a TP, he was fine. He was 1 second away.
That is very unfortunate there. And so RSNT gets the kill onto the sniper.
He's recovering. I guess he's gonna go for the Travels build since he's saving so much gold. The tier 1 tower will fall eventually since this hero pushes really fast.
Oh, and Migi finds
Oh.
Chikiro. Oh, at the same
Ryer,
time. Ryer found the Medusa. And now mid lane. Oh, that's just a Weaver. He's gonna get away. So they're trading a support for a core here. And Interitus feel like they have such a good laning stage. And now the mid game is really gonna be, can Inverse bring this back? How can they make moves together as a team against Interitus right now? This Weaver is only level 4. I guess Rubik is also only level 4, so it's not that big. But...
He'll probably get the Tome, I think, because the Treant, since he can sap so much experience from the lanes, he's gonna be level 6 anyways. What they really need to do right now is smoke as 3 or 2 with the Ember, and just make sure that Sniper's life is hell, because that's gonna force everyone back, and that naturally just gives some space for Adrian to farm. Travels done for RZT. So now he has normal move speed finally. He's a hero now.
Yes, meanwhile, the Queen of Pain is gonna go for the Orchid build, the Ember Spirit. He's gonna go for the Maelstrom, so he's not gonna have any Dispel against that Orchid. We'll have to see if that's gonna be... Oh, Haste Rune gonna be picked up by Migi here. Ryer gets the blink away, takes care of the bug. Haste Rune for the Ember.
That was very cautious by him. I really thought he was just gonna pop the haste. Well,
oh, hijack.
There he go.
Stampede away. But Migi has his own haste rune. Nice ice path there from the Chikiro. And hijack just gonna go for the TP. They have
the
now
interesting
the
part about
smoke
this.
from the Weaver with the Viper.
Okay. Yeah, the interesting part about this game is that even though the Sniper is, 1,000 gold ahead of the Dusa, especially if the build FCR is going for, which is this Shadow Blade, it just don't farm as fast. So if they can still force these fights, Adrian will for sure climb back in Atroth here. We'll see what happens.
Oh,
Mid
Rubik
lane
has been found and was not able to steal anything. Oh, Ice Path connects here onto the Ember. He walked into that at the last millisecond. And that's a kill onto the Ember Spirit. Now looking to put pressure on this tier 1 mid. Viper gonna be there to defend it.
Really odd play from the Ember, honestly. He knows his friends actually went back to the big jungle of the Dire side, so just playing the low ground like that doesn't make any sense. There was no threat for his tower. Catapult was dead. This just slows them down.
Yeah.
Hijack.
Hijack is gonna get gone on. He has Stampede, so he should be fine. He's just gonna go for the TP, actually. The Remnant coming in, the Root gonna be there. And yeah, now he's gonna go down.
Alright. He connects. Trying to savage those early rotations. They do buy a smoke on the side of Interitus. Looks like Ryer getting oh yeah, he pretty much will have his Orchid. He just needs... Oh, but they're going without the Orchid. Interesting.
Going without the Orchid, but looking for Adrian here. He is in the triangle. I feel like this was a very similar killing game. Number 1, they're finding the Medusa. She has Stone Gaze and is gonna get away.
Oh, I mean, if they just waited the Orchid, I'm sure they would be able to get this kill. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
They were a little bit too hasty, I think.
A little bit premature there. As the game has come a little bit to a stalemate despite the early lead that Dire has gotten. Radiant has stabilized. Stampede away for the Sniper.
Okay.
Now we have an Orchid finished. Migi. Okay, Migi actually decides to go for the Yule Scepter over the Maelstrom, but there's a silence onto him. And he is going to go down. Oh, and Remnant stolen by the Rubik.
Yeah, I don't know. The way Migi is playing is really weird. He's just getting away from his supports. I'm not sure if the problem is the supports are not covering him that well, or if he's just YOLOing a little bit too much. But this just makes the game really hard. Now the sniper is just hitting your tier 1. This is it's not supposed to happen. All right, so Weaver getting close to that Spirit Vessel. RZNT is going to go for the Atos. They definitely lack catch. We saw a lot of TP aways from some of the moves they tried to do.
We have an Arcane Rune now for the Queen of Pain, so next Sonoglyph is going to have a much lower cooldown.
Oh yeah, that's so good. If he can get
And they're
level
going to
12,
go for
no.
a smoke. Okay, we also have the little bit of a Blink Dagger with the Fire Remnant for the Rubik. They're looking for the Medusa again. They have the Orchid this time. Jumping her, silence immediately. He has an illusion. It's not going to be enough, this living armor. He had the Manta Cell, not an illusion, and I was wondering if he had a bottle. But
yeah, I think
Arsonty, uh-oh. Viper jumps in there. It's going to be Ice Path. And that's going to be a kill onto the Viper as well. They're trying to turn this around, at least onto FCR, but Weaver alone by himself is not going to be enough. Another Ice Path coming through, and they find a triple kill.
this is full tilt mode. Like if you actually look at the Ember, he was bottom hitting a large camp, while the rest of the team was engaging there. It just doesn't make any sense to if he wants to farm the U Scepter for them to go, or if they go, he has to.
That's going to be a tier 1 tower now for the Dire.
Man. Yeah, and another thing that Inverse is definitely is lacking off right now is the control of the triangle. We actually talk about FCR dying here in the triangle in the first game. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Way too late with the dewarding. RZNT is in danger. He doesn't have a TP for 14 seconds.
Yeah, I believe he might just be dead unless he can do some really good jukes. The Stampede. He might actually be fine. Oh,
It's so fast.
Humbler's toy over the trees.
Wow.
And he's fine. Never mind. He is in no harm whatsoever.
What a god. Okay.
And that feels good for a team. It's just like, hey, they're going on me. Never mind. I'm all good. Like, let's just get out. They forced even Stampede, but they got to bring it together. Adrian has that Manta style. He still is the 3rd most farmed hero in this game. Is there going to be a point where Interitus struggles to finish off that Medusa?
I don't think so, honestly. Once the problem here is that this sniper, if he ever gets BKB, then you can't really just jump him, as we were talking about, and he's having a free game. He already has one of the components. He's just free farming, albeit slow it is. He is farming, and there's not a lot of pressure being applied to him.
Yeah. As now, Migi has a Yule Scepter, so he has a way of dealing with the Orchid now.
Yeah, they just need to start making moves before that BKB is done. They do have the use, as you said, so they are ready. They just need to really group, but I'm not sure if that first game kind of got you Inverse, but they feel a little bit lost in the map with the way they're positioning their heroes.
They have a Blink Dagger on the Treant Protector, so maybe a good Overgrowth might set something up here. They're going on to RZNT. RZNT is very tanky, but they still find the kill. There is going to be the Overgrowth. Cannot stampede away. Overgrowth stolen by the Rubik, however. Still looking to go on to Hijack. Uh-oh, you gotta be careful. Rubik might just join in here. They're going on to Treant. And now Ember gonna get away. Overgrowth. Is it going to be used here by the Rubik? They're going for the Weaver first. And the Rubik is still positioning around here. He wants that Overgrowth onto both of them. There's the Overgrowth onto the Ember. He has a Yule Step to jump in here by Hijack. They're going on to Adrian. Adrian is dead. And Migi just tries to find anything but doesn't get it. And it's all falling apart here for Inverse.
Yeah, I mean, what this game tells me is that friendship definitely matters in Dota 2. These guys, you know, when they started the second season of DPC, before TI10, they were definitely not doing super hot, but they grew as a team. And because they stood together, you can clearly see that, the teamwork, the way they play around the map is super solid. I'm very impressed with the way this game is going so far.
Yeah. And it's once again this Rubik just able to steal so many good spells. It's Fire Remnant. It's it's Fire Remnant, it's Overgrowth, it's like the W, the Nether Toxin from the Viper, it's Shikuchi from the Weaver. And it's the first phase Rubik.
Yeah. And it's also the difference of having this, off-laner that goes Blink, that can press button and stun a lot of heroes, whereas the Viper, he obviously he recovered.
Ember. Into
Boy.
the ice path, and he just got pewed down.
Oof. The same thing. Like, he is way too far forward position. His team not there in time. Whether it's the support's fault or his fault, I don't know. It's just not working.
Oh, and they found the Weaver. Another silence onto him, and that is going to be Weaver to go down as well.
Ooh, Apon. This is looking very rough.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we need to involve the UN pretty soon, because there might be some genocide going on, but it's not looking good. So what's the way back? Like, you gotta do a mental reset for Inverse. After that mental reset, what's the play for them?
I mean, I still feel like they have the means to jump FCR. Well, BKB is literally flying out as I say that, but all they really need is to smoke and like actually be there as 5. Every time they try to smoke, that didn't happen. So just breathe very deeply, give everyone a tap in the back, and just go again.
You're here for a reason. Like, you're a
Exactly.
good team. You let it get to you, and now just gotta get back into it. Arson T looking to defend his bottom tower, and everybody else also kind of rotating towards it. The Medusa can TP. There's gonna be the Atos starting on to hijack. The Stampede gonna be nullified by the Overgrowth, and Leech Seed stole, not Overgrowth. They find the kill onto the Centaur. That is a good start here for the Radiant. Now the Sonic Wave coming out onto Arson T, but it's not going to be enough. The jump in here by Migi, and this is a good fight. They force the Stone Gaze, however, and with the Yule Step to keep the Medusa in place, and the Ice Path makes the Ember Spirit fall over. Time-lapse stolen by the Rubik this time. They're
All right.
still
I mean, that's
here.
what I'm talking about. That
Yeah.
wasn't even fight,
Mm-hmm.
That was good.
That was not a bad fight here, and the jump forward here by Rare still needs to be careful. Adrian can deal a lot of damage. And they hold this tower with the living armor. Law is back. Blink forward, they're going onto Chikiro at the same time. The Weaver got gone on. They get the Rubik. No, he has time lapse. He will survive a little while longer. Chikiro not going to be so lucky. Rayer with that BKB will survive a little while longer and is going to be able to stay alive. Arson T, however, might not be so lucky. Hijack, his Blink Dagger gets cancelled. And it's now Adrian and Slaw at the same time. Migi trying to go onto FCR, but as you mentioned, his BKB is there. And he's just pewing him back.
All right.
That wasn't a bad fight.
Exactly. It's a 9k goal lead, and they're still like doing a really good job. It was really a question of being there at the same time. Make sure you don't let the Overgrowth get stolen, and all of that actually happened. So they're also fighting, under the tower, so that's some extra 5 armor. That was pretty good.
Yes. And we'll see if they can do some more of that. As Adrian, like, he did not die during that fight. He's getting closer and closer to his Skadi. Rayur, he's playing with fire here. Is gonna get rooted. But
Doesn't have BKB.
he has a haste rune. He's playing so aggressive. He's like, what are they going to do to me? That's what they're going to do to you. They're just going to kill you. And that is a big kill going the way of Adrian. That's 730 gold for him. A double kill for him. 1,000 gold just now given to the Medusa. That, you can't give that up as Interitus.
Yeah, I think that That is definitely not what you do in a situation like this, right? You have your sniper just showing bottom. You don't have to dive a triangle that you don't have vision. Obviously, you know, you can see the ward from inverse. So that's some breathing room for the Dusa. Once that Scotty is up, you will see this Dusa being super hard to kill.
Yeah.
Shard now done on the Chain Protector, so he has that 1 second boop from the broken version of the hero. Now back for 1400 gold.
Yeah. He also has now Invis for it, so that's very nice.
Yeah.
And I was very surprised to see how much damage the Medusa was able to deal in that bottom fight without having many damage items. So that is something that certainly changed from game number 1. Dire is not nearly as tanky.
Yeah, that's true. And that Sniper Quap, very different from the Luna Kanka that they had.
Yeah.
Oh, Weaver.
Uh-oh, they're gonna go onto the Weaver, gets a time-lapse off. And, oh. Gets his own Kikuchi here. They still find the Weaver and place another sentry down. FCR still is very big. Yes? Do you have anything else on the courier?
Silver Edge is an expensive item, dude.
I guess. I guess I always underestimate how much Silver Edge is, yeah. Silver Edge is a very expensive item.
Okay, so they will take this tower. I'm not sure if they need to go Roche, but they can definitely do it. It's nighttime, so the sniper vision advantage definitely makes it hard for Inverse to do anything. But you know, those BKBs are gonna be ready. Viper kind of close to his, the Ember getting close to that Egg Scepter, and then making fights become even easier for Inverse.
Yeah, and we have now a Skadi finished for the Medusa. I mean, Adrian, he is actually pretty much keeping up with the sniper. We are gonna have an Aegis, however, on the sniper. And he's looking now for the MKB, so he's looking to amplify his damage output.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Arson T, you cannot step too far forward as T-Flash is in the area. That's gonna be the Shrapnel. And they even use the Stampede. And Arson T just gonna go down. At the same time, they're gonna go onto Rayer. He has his BKB, jumps on forward. The Beetle's coming out.
Yeah, well, as Inverse now, you disengage, you give your this tier 2 away, because that's a sniper with Aegis, and you don't have your Vibe.
They're looking to fight this. That's gonna be the route onto the Chikiro. Monty also there. Adrian also just stepping into the backlines with the Stone Gaze coming through. That's going to be the lift up from the Chikiro. They will only lose to Chikiro for this, and Dire are going to disengage.
This is crazy, right? Intertus is buying back for a tier 2 Porsche when I don't think they really need to do that, but both sides pretty invested, I think.
They have the vision here, or vision now gonna be taken away here from Intertus. And this might promote Radiant to back off now.
Nah, they have to get the hell out. There's no Stone Gaze, the Deuce RDTP bottom. You can, live in armor this tower, and you can use your Nature's Grab to buy time. But you shouldn't really commit any course to defending this tower, I think.
Yeah. There's gonna be the dust. They find the Weaver. And Slaw is like, better you than me, buddy. Better you than me.
Yeah, what Slaw can do is maybe try and cut the next wave, just move forward. But, yeah, because he has the sentries and wards, so he knows that they don't have vision. Let's see if he tries to do that.
He's just going to TP. As now FCR, with all of that range, hits onto that tier 3 tower. There's going to be the living armor, delaying it a little bit. Oh, the lift up onto the Viper, pushing her back into the ice path.
Oh, Lotus.
Now, how does Radiant hold for this is going to be the question. Adrian has Stone Gaze up once again, has now a Chrysalis, so the damage is going to be ramping up more and more and more. And FCR has it level 20, just hits onto that tier 3. They know they need to take it down completely, otherwise it's gonna get healed up, and that's exactly what they do. They take down the tier 3, and they're backing off now.
Miggy actually changes his mind. He was going Ags, now goes for this BKB, which I think is definitely the right choice.
He needs to fight now.
Yeah, I think, you know, ideally they can just wait. I think they should probably just give up this tier 2 tower, split push the side lanes, make sure that it's leaving armored. But they're very decided in defending this. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, Adrian once again looking for maybe a little bit of a sneak around as this Medusa snake. And maybe it can work out. I mean, it's certainly something that can catch you off guard. They're going on to the Weaver. They find the stun onto the Medusa as well. Ice Path going to be their Weaver already dead. Adrian, oh, Stone Gaze got stolen by the Rubik. Now moving forward here by Adrian, looking to go onto Hijack. There's going to be a nice overgrowth onto 4 heroes, but do they have the damage to follow it up? A nice Ice Path coming out here from the Jakiro, holding the Medusa in place. Hijack gonna go down, and so does the Rubik, as Migi is mostly allowed to do whatever he wants, still has his BKB. They find the kill onto the Quap, and now FCR, he's all alone. Double buyback here. This is a fantastic fight for Inverse. Can they find FCR again? Yes, they can.
What? This is crazy. I have no words for this, Apon. This is insane. The Viper was top hiding in some trees, and he TP'd like 5 seconds later to the fight. And Inverse still wins that. I mean, obviously we talked about the Sniper having the weakness, which is gap close. I think they were able to split that fight really well. As you said, the blink overgrowth from the Treant really doing a lot of work there. Since the Rubik stole the Stone Gaze, he didn't have time to steal the overgrowth, which was definitely a higher impact spell. This game is even. This game is suddenly even. Medusa is ahead of FCR again.
Yeah. And I am gonna say, if I see a Medusa and a Sniper on even net worth, I am kind of favoring the Medusa.
Medusa is just easier to play, dude. It's you just stand your ground and you right click.
Now, I feel like this is now a little bit of the question for Interitus. Like, they very much felt like, hey, we're in control of this game. We just played cool. We just played down. But now, how do you deal with this? You're gonna have
you have to go super chill mode because you bought back 3 heroes, right? I think Quap, Centaur, and Rubik bought back in that fight.
Yeah.
And you created this huge window. Okay, so the Quam thing actually has one, but the Jakiro did buy back.
Okay.
You created this huge window where if you take a fight in your Roshan and you die, you know the Inverse is gonna have more resources than you. So they have to chill. Hopefully, Roche takes a long time to spawn, and you don't really need to 5-out buybacks.
I have to see how it's gonna go. Ryur now has an AC, so that's gonna help him against the damage from the Medusa a little bit. Actually, they found the jump onto the Ember. Ember already nearly dead. The Ice Path with the Sonic Wave. More than enough to finish him off. As Ryur is still gonna be slowed by the Skadi a little bit, but they're gonna back off. And immediately back in with the smoke here. FCR leading the charge. A Sniper leading the charge. Not something I say very often. They're gonna find the Treant. Treant is dead. Looking for RSNT. RSNT just gonna be boink, boink, boink. Gonna go down. Adrian gonna be lifted up, and it's just kill after kill after kill. But now Weaver, he has an Agnum Scepter. He might be able to time-lapse the Medusa back to full health. Has a Stone Gaze. It's gonna be fine. But that's the team fight that Interitus wants.
Yeah, that's crazy bold from Interitus, dude.
FCR just front and center. I'm walking in, boys. Let's go.
You know, it's crazy how both of these teams actually have no cares. Like when Inverse, defending a tier 2, when there's Aegis on the enemy side, and they win the fight, and then Interitus with no buybacks just jumping the team that's now even in net worth.
Yeah.
They should be happy because that was very aggressive, very risky, but it panned out. They're now ahead, and if they are lucky, they might even get Roche out of all of that.
Yeah, they take a full set of racks top. Claim map control. FCR with that MKB, he is just boinking out the damage. As now we're actually gonna see the smoke here from the Radiant, which just back and forth brawling here. Can Radiant find a good fight is gonna be the question. It's still gonna be for them much harder to find that easy fight than it is for Dire. And it seems like Dire is aware something might be going on. They are waiting under their ward, scanning
Yeah,
it
they
out.
get a good scan. Yeah. Let's see the Roche spawn timer, 1 minute and 40 seconds. So gonna be, yeah, doesn't really favor any teams.
We're gonna have a Hurricane Pike now on the sniper, so he has some defensive mobility with that. We have a door coming in.
All right, all right.
But
And that co-op. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, like I was just about like that. This game, like I felt like 10 minutes ago we would have agreed. Like it's looking really, really good for Interitus, and now suddenly we see some weaknesses that Inverse can exploit. What needs to go for Inverse good again for to take another good fight like that?
I think like the ideal scenario is a scenario where with a smoke or with their positioning, the Viper can like somehow Atos Viper strike the sniper, so they force the BKB, allowing the Treant to later jump with Overgrowth. That's the ideal scenario. Like you don't want to, I mean you can trade Overgrowth for BKB, but ideally you want to force BKB first. They are behind in net worth, so that is a hard scenario to get, especially because they're in the low ground. In Interitus they have really good vision. They're super nicely positioned. Overall, I just feel like Interitus in both games, they're playing the map much better. But if it happens, that's Inverse's way in, because the sniper is like 75% of their damage. The co-op is big, obviously, but she doesn't scale nearly as much as a sniper.
Yeah, certainly something to look out for. What can the sniper do? Can he get away? And it is really the like Overgrowth. I feel like Overgrowth in some games is like just such an OP spell. Like against Lifestealer, like you want to use your rage, I just Overgrowth you.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's the
I guess
best
there's
feeling.
another scenario where the Treant comes from the trees with the blink and procs the boop. So if that's enough to scare the sniper, and then he can Overgrowth later, that's also pretty cool. But there is a Hurricane Pike, right? So it is a little bit harder to pull that off.
Yeah. And we also have the Force Staff on the Jakiro and the Force Staff on the Rubik. So
true.
actually also a Force Staff on the Centaur. We have
Jesus.
4 ways of Force. Does the Queen
And
of
the
Pain?
Lotus too.
Queen of Pain
So
doesn't have a Force Staff. I'm disappointed here.
Yeah, she does have the gold. That no talisman could easily become a 4-step to save FCR. Has there ever been a 5-hero 4-staff play ever? Like this hero gets 4-staff by himself, another 4 ally heroes? I don't think that ever happened.
I don't think I've ever seen it. It is certainly already a lot that the Centaur has a Force Staff. But it shows what Dire has to deal with from the Radiant. Because like if that Overgrowth hits, we saw it in that one team fight, suddenly disaster for Interitus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it's weird because I mean, even though the Lotus Orb is on the Centaur, at the end of the day, if they're too split apart, the cast range is not gonna be there. Usually the Centaur wants to play very far away from where the sniper is, so it's not necessarily something that will help FCR. But I really like how they're playing here. FCR completely away from the side of the team, and now a smoke.
That's gonna be the smoke. They see the Queen of Pain. The smoke broke. She's gonna back off for now.
Yeah, really good by Slaw there, just wasting the smoke from Interitus.
Now both teams just standing under their own high ground ward. And who will bite first? The lanes are going to be pushing in favor of Interitus, as they have that one set of racks top. But top is being pushed in currently by the illusions of the Medusa. So, the Rubik gets the blink away, has stole Nether Toxin. So suddenly, the Viper especially is not nearly as tanky. Has BKB, however, so...
Yeah, that's pretty much going to be just a way to push the waves faster. Because as I said, even though there is super creeps for Interitus top, The inverse draft is much better at pushing because you have the illusions, the Manta illusions, as well as Thunder Toxin. It's just so easy for them to push waves with no danger. Even the tree can also do the Nature's Grasp thingy.
Yeah. And also just farm with Nature's Grasp thingy.
Yeah, he wants that refresher. At least he had it queued up. So eventually he might get there.
I mean, a refresher on this treant would be huge. Medusa finished a Swift Blink. This is another way to get on top of the sniper and maybe even stay on top with the additional movement speed plus Stone Gaze movement speed. They're gonna find this. They're gonna find the Viper here. However, forces the BKB and now Stampede away from the Dire. They know they forced the BKB. Oh, and FCR, he's gonna go in. Adrian jumps forward here. Hurricane Pikes, and both just going to disengage. Rayer, however, he does not want to disengage. They're gonna go on to Slaw. Slaw already dead, and the stun coming in from Hijack. They force the Stone Gaze away, and there's no Stampede for Hijack. Hijack gonna go down. And D-Flash gets an Ice Path.
We'll buyback for Hijack, by the way.
Yeah, he still is on dieback, I believe. No, you have still 1 more minute. Very tense fight here. The Treant gonna be up in 30 seconds. Roche is up, and Dire's gonna go in this. Can Radiant contest? Is gonna be the question.
I think they had to, but I mean,
gonna be too late. I mean, the Medusa is bottom. She has a TP, but there's no real tower to get there. Yeah, that's gonna be Roche and Shard for the Dire.
It's rough. They don't have BKB on the Viper. It's obviously very risky, but I feel like the buyback on the Treant could be enough to just scare them, because Intertus knows they don't have the buyback, so it would be very risky to take the fight. Once again, though, Intertus, when they are fierce, when they take risks, it always pays off. So they just incentivize them to do it again and again, and they never got punished this game, I think.
We also have now the concussive grenade for the sniper. We don't see that shard very often, but I feel like the disarm in this game for 3 seconds against a Medusa. I actually forgot that it disarmed. Only when I hovered over, it's like, oh, it disarms.
The range is very small, but if the Deuce is just blinking a close range like Adrian's been doing, it's obviously going to be really, really good. Gonna force that Manta early on.
Yeah. Yes, now. See here. Very tense moment despite the 10,000 net worth lead for Intertus. Inverse, after a pretty disastrous first 20 minutes, are holding on and keeping themselves in this game. Uh-oh. Hijack gets the Remnant away. Miki got the Remnant away, I should right there. No, they're looking to go on to Miki here. That's gonna be the Ice Path. Not gonna be enough damage, but it is a lot of damage to scare this Ember. This sniper.
Such an obnoxious hero. I do like that they are split pushing top. But they're quickly forced to go back just because FCR is this nuisance of a hero.
The range is... What is this?
Yep. As long as he has trap, though, he's gonna be hitting your towers. Even
that's
if it's
without the telescope. Imagine if they get the telescope. Adrian gonna jump in there, forces the Hurricane Pike.
Oh, this glyph is not good, though.
Yeah, they used a glyph for this, and the tower nearly down.
Yeah.
Are they? Yeah, they still. I mean, they still have Aegis up. There's gonna be the jump in from Adrian. They get the stun into the Ice Path and looking to disengage. Hijack running away. Still has the Stampede. The Stampede not gonna be used. The lift up onto the Ember, however, has a BKB. Gets the Remnant away. Forced to use his BKB and FCR. He's ready to hit them back onto the tower. Adrian jumps in once again. Ice Pathed. FCR has that Aegis. The first 4 staff.
I mean, Inverse is doing a really good job at not committing fully here and just carrying FCR. That's really good.
I like this play from Adrian. It seems very unorthodox, but just like jumping in, forcing reactions from Interus because they can't kill the Medusa. Like, I feel like everybody else dies in nearly one Ice Path. but the Medusa, and so she is playing that game of what she gonna do if I jump there. As now some neutral items are being dropped. Flicker gonna be found, as well as a was that a timeless relic that I saw?
Yeah, it was. Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, Adrian.
FCR.
Okay.
And it's gonna get 4-staff and 4-staffed.
And this is
healing.
good. They defend. They will be able to put this tower to full HP unless Intertus comes back right now. But with the way Quap's positioned, doesn't seem like it's gonna be that quick. Oh, Migi? Hello?
It's fine.
Just split pushing, alright.
It's gonna be a nice path jump forward here by Adrian. It's gonna get stunned. They have the vision. It's now forcing the Manta style. Adrian getting very low, but the time lapse from the Weaver bringing him back up. Now the overgrowth coming in here from Slaw, but the ice path on the Medusa is too much, and Adrian gonna go down. The stolen overgrowth from the Rubik keep the Weaver in place, and the triple kill for FCR. Oh. And now they're gonna force the buyback from the Treant. Gonna be at least a second set of racks. Jump in here from Hijack, looking to go onto Migi, into the ice path, into the pew 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 from the sniper, and that's another kill hit. And Medusa doesn't have buyback due to gold. Dire doesn't know that, so they still need to be a little bit careful. Another time lapse from the Weaver, but they are gonna take the Aegis. It was gonna run out in 15 seconds anyways. So they're happy about that on the side of Intertus. And FCR looking for the mid set of racks as well. Still 2 cores dead for 50 seconds. And how can Radiant defend without the Medusa? Jump forward onto Arson T. And some more boinking here from the sniper. That's 3 cores down. And Intertus is just going to close out this game here, but it was not an easy road. It was not an easy road. GGs are being called. And Bowie, how do you feel about this? That Intertus, they claimed the victory, but in the end, it wasn't as easy as we expected.
I mean, it's not gonna be that easy just because you have this unorthodox core on the sniper, right? It's not like Luna, it's not a Terrorblade that wins a fight and gets 2 lanes of racks. So in that sense, you know, it was not fast, but I feel like Intertus for the most part had control of this game. I feel like with the draft where we were talking about where they pick this Ember, they don't know the enemy mid, they get quapped. So they have 2 lanes that are pretty much lost, and they did lose those lanes. The Viper was kind of their salvation, but I feel like in a lot of times RZT was always late to come into the fights. So, like, he was kind of he had a lot of things to do right in this game, and it was a lot of pressure on him. Unfortunately, I don't think he delivered as much as it was necessary. But I think Intertus, like, they totally had this game. They had that one mistake trying to push mid. Overall, I think, you know, first game was kind of more even than this one, honestly. Very impressive Intertus.
Yes, very impressive by Intertus. I also feel like Inverse, there was some kind of reset that they did where the second part of the second game, they looked much better, that they took their team fights more coordinated, came as all 5s, and that's in and of itself, as a new team, take that away from this game. And I'm interested to see what Inverse is going to bring throughout the next few weeks here in the South American lower division DPC. Now, we're gonna have another series here on this channel in about 50 minutes. Since this was a 2-0 series, we're gonna have another series. It's going to be Omega Gaming versus G Pride or Gorillas Pride. And Bowie, I'm very excited to see that series. So we'll be back there. See you all then.
See ya.
Hello and welcome back here. I hope we all enjoyed a little bit of a break here as we are back now with the Division 2 of the South American DPC Omega Gaming versus Gorilla's Pride. I'm aponzeus and with me here I have Bowie. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, dude. Some more Division 2 DPC, and this time we have a full non-Brazilian battle, I guess we could say, because we do have Mexican players and Peruvian players, but regardless of nationality, it's gonna be a bloodbath for sure.
Gonna be a bloodbath. The Snapfire was banned out throughout the entire previous season. Not in this series, however. Already first pick. And we see the Rubik against it together with the Mars. Both the Mars has also been banned in the previous series. So what do you think promoted the changes here in terms of bans not to ban the Mars or the Snapfire?
I mean, I guess, it really depends on how your team favors the Weaver. So in Omega's case, they actually didn't want to either pick the Weaver or ban the Rubik to pick the Weaver, which leads me to believe that they just value Snapfire a lot. It's great versus Gyrocopter. Usually Gyro can be picked as a flex, 5 or carry, so having the little Shredder is really good versus that. It's really good versus Egg, which also synergizes with the Mars. So yeah, they even get the Gyro, so the Snapfire kind of enables that pick in a way. And right now I think it really depends on what your team really truly believes. Doesn't feel like there's a right or wrong in terms of like Weaver, Rubik, Snapfire, and I guess the other support we see a lot is actually, oh my god, my mind is just blank. Oh lord. Regardless, though, what I mean is that, even though you give away the Mars, you do deny the Mars Phoenix, which is one of the strongest combos right now. And Zephyr is just a really strong lane. If they can get a Centaur, you're gonna be able to do a lot of work. We're assuming it's gonna be a Rubik Mars lane, so having that Gyro enabled by the Snapfire is also great because it's a range hero, so less chances of being speared into the trees. Both sides looking good.
Yeah, also Gorilla's Pride with their first phase bans, the Earth Spirit and the Dawnbreaker seems very targeted bans, as neither of those two heroes have made any appearance throughout our earlier series, or I feel like in general in the South American DPC. So Gorilla's Pride certainly have done their homework and looking to take out some favorites there from Omega Gaming.
That is true. That is true. The Earth Spirit first phase is unusual, to say the least. And now they actually take the Sniper, huh? Okay. So they feel like that Gyrocopter is just a support, posing, cosplaying as a carry Gyro. Alright.
Okay. So meanwhile, on the side of Omega Gaming, which is banning out some of the heroes that would be good against the Gyrocopter in the form of the PL and the Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey is super annoying. It's I can flex as a support, but it is, you can easily cancel the Snapfire kisses. You just gap close on the Gyrocopter. I think it's a fair ban to do, especially because they do have this Mars. So I think, I'm sorry, there is a Mars on the other side. So having the arena plus Wukongs is super annoying to find into.
Yeah,
those circles.
Yeah, circle gaming. It's always making a Venn diagram with your abilities and then just look as everybody dies. Very fun, very fun. Yeah, and you see the Leshrac ban.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It definitely kind of pushes Omega's drafting towards a direction I was not expecting. I guess it also kind of giveaways that there's a chance this Jar is not going to be a carry, because that Lash ban usually signals, your PLs, but it's banned, your Nagas, your Terror Blades, and they will go Disruptor. Pretty easy way to cancel the Snapfire LT. Strong laner. Kind of destroys all spirits, honestly. So they can get whatever spirit they want, whereas Omega doesn't really sit in a comfortable position.
Yeah, I feel like for Omega, I'd be hesitant to go for a spirit like Mars plus Disruptor. The Spear can catch you out of Yule's Scepter. The Glimpse can catch you nearly anywhere in the Static Storm. I feel like playing a Spirit Brother here for Omega Gaming would speak to a lot of confidence in your mid laner, but I don't think it would go all that well.
I wonder if the Beastmaster is something that Omega is thinking about right now. We did see Beast as a response to this Disruptor in the other games that we saw. It's kind of weird though. Oh, they do go Void Spirit. Okay.
We say most likely not the Spirit, and they're gonna go, actually, Void Spirit sounds pretty good here.
I wonder if this could be some wonky offlane Void Spirit though. Just don't give it as much farm priority, because I do think Snapfire Void Spirit is actually really strong. The cookie sets up the Remnant pretty well, and you can just explode the Disruptor if you're both in the same lane. We'll see. That's definitely unexpected. I think this is gonna throw Gorilla's Pride off a little bit.
Yeah. It's,
And this is also interesting because it really makes the draft of Omega hard to read, because it could still be, Void Spirit support as far as we know. It could be Snapfire mid, Gyrocopter could be in two different lanes. Can they still do it with this fourth pick though? That's gonna be the hard part. I guess they could pick something that's obviously a 5, so no, they actually go Beastmaster. So yeah, I mean, I think there's gonna be Void Spirit Meadow with. Are they really gonna last pick a support though? Maybe this is Void Spirit 4, Snapfire 5, and they're gonna last pick your mid. Yeah.
We have not seen too much Snapfire 5 anymore, but maybe because there is the Rubik and the Disruptor, who both are very well at dealing with the Snapfire. Maybe they want to give her a little bit less priority and a little bit more for the Void Spirit, because you don't really want to use too much on a Void Spirit that is not a core.
Yeah, for sure. They go PA. I love this because you have this built-in evasion against all of the creeps of the Beastmaster. Gyro usually doesn't go MKB that early anyways. You do have, they kind of, besides the Roar, the only reliable lockdown that they have is, U-Scepter into something, which might take some time. I think this PA is not under a lot of pressure. I kind of like this PA pick.
Yeah, and see the Conquer Band. Conquer Band speaks more and more that it is going to be a Void Spirit mid.
Yeah.
And then Gyrocopter 5, Snapfire 4. And that they're still looking for their mid laner. Not mid laner, sorry, safe laner.
For a carry. Yeah. So in Gorilla's Pride's read, they feel like they can get this PA, and with their bans, there's not going to be any actual response to PA, which they might actually be right. This Dusa is not necessarily a counter to PA, but it's just a hero that forces, kind of a fast-paced game. But I don't think they need to ban Luna, for instance. Maybe TB is the hero that they have to ban. It just pushes really strongly with the Beastmaster, and the armor is a counter to PA in a way.
Yeah, it's also, I feel like right now they don't really have the best ways of dealing with illusions.
Yeah, you're right. It's pretty mediocre. Yeah, and the Quap ban from Omega, that's definitely a hero that can hunt and kill the Terrorblade very easily at the beginning of the game. This is looking more and more like a TB game for me. Now the question is that the best ban? Gorilla's Pride, they're taking their time. They obviously know the TB is open.
If it is going to be, like, is there a specific support that could be insane here for Omega Gaming?
Oh, they take the Void. Yeah. I mean, it's nice, right? You have the Kisses, you have Gyro's OT, Void Spirit can easily time the Chrono with the Aether Remnant. So TB is probably the best option available for Omega. If they don't want to go that route, maybe something like a Naga, could disengage from the Mars OT, but it's a totally different game than the Terrorblade. You don't push nearly as fast. It's very slow paced. Not sure if that's how they want to play.
Bloodseeker.
Interesting.
I mean, that is. I'm not sure how open they keep their draft with that pick. I do think it's going to be a Bloodseeker position 1. And Gorilla's Pride, they're gonna go for the Ember Spirit.
I think I prefer Gorilla Sprite a little bit better. I think
Mm-hmm.
when I look at their heroes, they can't really, with a Bloodseeker instead of TB, they don't really pressure towers nearly as fast. I think the PA can easily get into a timing of Battlefield BKB at 20 minutes if the lanes are alright. And then it's super hard for Omega to fight, right? Because if BKB blinks into anyone, sure, she can get roared, but the kisses are not going to do any damage. They could rupture, but she can still stand her ground and fight for 4 or 5 fights until the BKB is lower duration.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, I think they have to kind of stomp the lanes on Omega. I just feel like G Price draft is more stable. I like it.
Yeah. And certainly a little bit of an unorthodox draft, I would argue, from Omega, especially in the way that they've been drafting it. With that Void Spirit there at the 3rd pick for them. But we'll see how it's gonna turn out. It's gonna be the Void Spirit versus Ember Spirit mid. The 2 Spirit Brothers, both of them are gonna get the farm. There is some outplay potential, but it's very, very much skill based, and we'll have to see who's gonna have the upper hand in that matchup.
Yeah, I think the way Omega can take this game is if they can stomp their lanes, which is definitely possible. Bloodseeker is such a weird hero in the sense that 2 lanes get low HP heroes and suddenly he just gets a triple kill. I think Beastmaster, the lane of PA Disruptor is not necessarily super strong. Disruptor is a strong support, but PA is kind of a creep. So if they can kill PA once or twice, delay the Battle Fury, then you just increase how long Gorilla Sprite will have to play 4 versus 5, and they could maybe win. But I think, if this goes too late, I just favor Gorilla Pride much, much more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we'll have to see. One thing that I do feel like as you mentioned, like if people get low in health, and Radiant does have a lot of spells that can be like just like a little bit of chip damage, just a little bit of chip damage in each lane, and suddenly the Bloodseeker at level 3 or 4 with those points in thirst suddenly starts running rampant. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, on the overall health of everybody, as here we are in game number 1. Overall, between the 2 teams, do you have a favorite? Like, not in terms of draft, but overall as the team.
I think it's probably one of the most 50-50 matches of the entire Division 2. We were actually talking about this before this game. At least like when I look at the names, I would say nothing stands out. Like the difference doesn't stand out nearly as much. But there were a decent amount of swaps on both sides, and it's kind of like we saw with Interitus versus
Inverse.
Yeah, like the Inverse swapped 2 players, and suddenly, even though I kind of favored Inverse a little bit more, they seemed a little bit discombobulated. They didn't seem cohesive, and it could show in a game like this. So especially the first one, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. I do love the Snapfire build, though. You have this heavy physical damage. Beastmaster, if he goes for the level 1 Lil Shredder, this could be a lot of damage those boars are doing when the Beastmaster gets level 3, level 5.
They're gonna go immediately for the boar. Not gonna be able to find the deny, but there's Little Shredder immediately going to go on to the PA, and she's taking a heavy amount of her ass back for getting that last hit.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah. And now, they even waited for the Thunderstrike to come out, and immediately as it happened, Lissex coming out with the boar, knowing that there cannot be another Thunderstrike for a few seconds, so allowing it to be there. As at the same time, up top, we have the homing, down bottom I should say, the homing missile going on to this Rubik. We saw this in the first game of today of like Gyrocopter versus Rubik. There it was a Rubik, the Gyrocopter core, but in this lane it's even a Gyrocopter support, so he will just keep on being as annoying as he can against that Rubik.
Yeah, I really like the way the Gyro is playing here. He's playing outside of the lane. You really want to trade with the Rubik instead of trading against the Mars. Look at that. He's just It's just super unfavorable trade for the Rubik, but they do get a kill top.
Oh, up top, they find the kill onto the Snapfire. And they're not even that low in terms of health. They find a kill onto the boar as well. Now
Yeah,
up to a
this is like,
fantastic start.
Yeah, the Snapfire is level 1, so basically what happened there is that they actually, when the Snapfire went to block the large camp, he was out of experience, and this allowed the G-Pride draft to get level 2 in 2 heroes, which is always going to be stronger than one hero getting level 2 and the other one being level 1, right? Having half of your HP towards a level literally means nothing. So actually sharing the experience very well amongst 2 heroes is super important, and something that unfortunately didn't happen there. But yeah, I mean, mid lane looking pretty good for Tano. So even though they are bleeding a couple of kills, he is doing a good job.
Yeah, we have Tano versus Tao. So very closely
Yeah.
named. Who's gonna... Is the N gonna be the deciding factor of who's gonna win that mid lane?
It's 25% more ladders, dude. So it should make a difference. It's a big number.
As, uh-oh, the Rubik. Gonna be a homing missile, blood righted, and that is going to be a dead Rubik for Chan.
Alright, both fours dying first.
Yeah. That's at the same time up top, they're now going on to the Disruptor, but Snapfire gonna die first. And another kill for this PA. Does not get the board this time, but this is looking like an absolutely outstanding laning phase for this PA.
It is. That's the opposite of, I think, they want to happen. And, you know, I think one big mistake that Omega Gaming did in this top lane is that a lot of the times they actually used all of their spells on Nao instead of G-Neck. When you look at the armor of PA, you know, 8 armor versus 3 on the Disruptor. It's such an easier kill. He also doesn't have boots. He's a slow boy, even though he has that mount. So I think that was a mistake. They could have probably gotten a lot of kills and didn't feed as many as they did.
Yeah. Target prioritization, like even though you want to get the kill onto the core, it's even easier to push a core out of lane if he's alone and doesn't have a support.
Exactly.
Now Genek, however, is quite low in terms of, yeah, it's just gonna get gone on here by Dark Demon. One more right click, does not get it, however, and now Dark Demon is the one in trouble. There's gonna be a salve up, gonna be denied thanks to the Thirst Vision. And Genek...
He had the Fairy Fire in the tree line there. I guess this is very... I mean, this lane is lost. Like, he has to find something else to do. 3 deaths with now actually being a part of so many kills. This is worrisome.
And not only part of it, he got all 3 kills.
Yeah.
Like, at the same time, down bottom, Kara salves up. Bloodright does connect on him, and there we see the tempo that the Bloodseeker has. He's just running at him. Needs to be a little bit careful. Oh, actually, he doesn't have mana for a spear. Okay, so he doesn't need to be careful at all. He just gets the kill.
Yeah, he did have the 11 charges too, so he was very confident there. But, you know, I don't think this is a fair matchup at all for the Bloodseeker. So, he needs to keep getting the skills. He needs to snowball this game. The rotation stop from this Void Spirit, I think, are going to be very, very important. But Tana right now, even though he was doing well in lane, forced out level 5 versus this level 6 Tau.
And that's some tower damage as well with the siege creep.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of damage.
He's gonna TP home as well. Dano now making short work of that siege creep. Cannot get the last hit, however.
I really hope we can see the Snapfire rotating mid now after stacking, so they can battle for the runes. I think Tano really needs a rune right now, so he can force a gank, but he's not going for it. Can he get the rune?
It's gonna be the haste rune for the Rubik.
That's not great.
Yeah, that's not good. Trying to go onto Disruptor, but Disruptor has kinetic field. Once Disruptor gets some levels, it becomes a much harder kill to get. And down bottom, they get another kill onto the Mars.
Okay, yeah, that's
They
what they
used
need.
the Rupture for this, but...
Interesting. I guess, yeah, his TP was on cooldown, so nicely done there. Being aware of that. So yeah, Mingate, he is slowly getting back into this game. He's going for that Maelstrom build, which is really good versus PA, because you do not miss the procs of Maelstrom. So at least this is going to be some sort of pseudo MKB at the beginning of the game.
see. Now. Mars is only level 4.5. He is very, very underleveled. This Beastmaster has hit level 5. So that's one thing that is going well for Omega Gaming. But the scary part is going to be this PA. She now has an Orb of Corrosion. So even with that Orb of Corrosion, she's going to be already a little bit scary now that she has level 6.
Yeah, this is usually a super hard decision for a PA in lane, because you know, your farming speed and does your BKB timing relies a lot on how fast you get your Battle Fury, and the Orb of Corrosion is 1,000 gold. So if you can actually get kills out of it, or if it gives you lane dominance, it could be super strong. But let's say he dies here in this lane with this, it could be awful. Oh, and this Mar dying again, bottom. I'm sorry, Kara dying bottom again.
Yeah. Same time up top was trying to go on the Disruptor, but not able to find a kill there. But yeah, this Mars is not having a fun time. He's very, very poor.
Okay, so rotation from the Ember.
And now jumps here onto Dark Demon, and that's gonna be another kill. This time stolen by Tao. Now.
You know what? I actually hate Now's Orb of Corrosion. All right, I'm gonna use the word hate that I don't use very often, because there's an Ember with Orb of Corrosion. So sure, your lane gets a little bit easier, but I do feel like 1,000 gold is a lot of investment, and he could maybe have like an 11-minute Battle Fury. If he gets a 15-minute one, it changes your BKB timing so much.
Yeah, and now the rotation here from Tano towards top, looking for that PA with that Invis rune.
Yeah, there is a ward with the center, so he is aware. Yeah, he's most likely aware.
He should be aware that there might
be
patience from Tano. Now, meanwhile, just gonna walk away. Okay, he's fine. They're gonna take some pressure onto this tier 1 tower. And Tano actually steals a camp away from the PA, so that's good for him.
Oh, let's see if the missile lands. They can get the Ember.
Lands into the Simulate. No, they don't have the damage for this Ember.
Yeah, he was lacking some mana, so he's just gonna farm this with that Dissimulate.
Oh, the Beastmaster went for the Ghost Creep, but at the same time down bottom. Oh, that is a big kill, and it goes the way of the PA. They find the kill onto the Bloodseeker?
This is a great rotation from PA. Knows that his lane is getting ravaged by this Beastmaster. Not only he goes bottom to speed up the tower taking, but also kills the carry at the same time. This is beautiful.
Yeah, no.
Pretty even game, considering the that top lane not really going that well for Omega.
Yeah, and I mean it is a Beastmaster, so he will be able to push. And he's now also even stealing some stacks here away from that were made by the Disruptor. So overall, you said that Omega needs to stomp their lanes. We are now 10 minutes in. I wouldn't say they stomped their lane, but they didn't have a terrible time either. How do you feel about their status in this game right now?
Still feel like it is G Pride favored. You know, they're gonna swap their towers pretty much at the same time. PA, even after the one death, still doing really well, and it is really their game to lose. I think if you can actually get this Battle Fury with not a lot of casualties, it's still such an obnoxious matchup. There are a couple of things that in the mid game could make it a little easier, which is once Beastmaster gets the Helm of the Overlord, he can get the Thunderhide, and he actually has an aura that makes the evasion of PA lower. So you do have that going against the PA, but even that's not super impactful. So I still think it is very... It's like a 65-35 for G Pride probably. But they are smoking, so let's see if they can find a kill. No level 6 on Disruptor.
Ember has been caught by a homing missile. It's gonna get gone on Aether Remnant, gonna be there. Tau gets a Sleight of Fist out, Remnants away, and they don't have the follow-up.
Oh, support's connecting on Beast. There's a lot of
Yeah.
damage on those creeps, though.
Yeah, they're just gonna look to turn this around onto Dismar. He's gonna go for the TP. But they find the kill onto Lissax.
So the Bloodseeker did finish his Maelstrom. He has this huge stack. So, I mean, he's going on to accelerate his farm quite a bit. I think his BKB timing is really where Omega wants to.
There's gonna be a smoke here with the Void Spirit and the Snapfire. If they can find now, that would be massive. He's gonna go into his own triangle. Tano. Sees the PA, jumps on through. That's gonna be the Mortimer Kisses with the Aether Remnant. Jumps away from now, and he is out.
He's so tanky, right? He has the corrosion plus the Piggy. So that's a lot of extra HP. That's like 240 something. Mid? Can Tao get that tower? He will.
Yeah,
But you don't get the kill on Lissax.
He's gonna get the deny at least on the Beastmaster. Forces the Roar onto the Ember Spirit.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, and like that's where we see like Tao. He knows there are heroes around him. He's like, yeah, what they gonna do?
I'm an Ember Spirit. You guys don't have a lot of reliable. I mean, we talked about the lack of lockdown, right? It's pretty much just this Beastmaster.
Yes,
And
Dismar, he is not the Ember Spirit. He just dies.
Did he get any good vision? Unfortunately, he did not. The Bloodseeker, though, Mingate finally surpassed the PA, and this timing, he just farms so fast. But he's not going BKB, he's going Asha. Not sure about that.
And
Oh, they have a Veil on
Gyrocopter
there.
has a
Gyro.
Veil as well. Tau
Awesome.
coming in here, and Remnants out. He's just toying with them. Homing missile still gonna follow. Gonna boink him. Good old doink.
What's their timing here for Omega? Looks like it's the U-Scepter that Tano is about pretty close to completing. Oh, they'll find a Genic.
Yeah, that's gonna be a disruptor.
Awesome.
But it feels like all of those moves or all of the kills that Omega is getting is on their side of the map. I feel like nearly none of their moves or the kills that they get have really led into anything in the last 2 or 3 minutes. Like, yes, they've been
sure.
getting kills. And Tao looking for some creeps here.
Like, the only time they moved aggressively was when they tried to get the PA, which they were really close, but she was so tanky. That was a good try. Okay, so Tao's just being a total jerk here. He will be fine, though. We'll quickly TP back to the base.
And now 200 gold away from his Battle Fury. I do kind of wonder, like, as you said, like, did he need that Orb of Corrosion? Did he really need that item?
I mean, as long as you don't get punished by it, your battlefield timing doesn't get punished by it, I think it's okay. Like, that fight where he survived the kisses, I think the corrosion played a big role. So,
Okay.
you know, I was complaining, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure the combination of his neutral item and that was the reason he survived.
Oh, they're gonna go on to the Ember Spirit. Aetherem gonna be tanked by the Mars. As they still find the homing missile onto the Ember. Tau gets a Sleight of Fist out. Now Mortimer Kiss is coming as well. Remnants away. They're coming very far forward here. And now Astral Step being stolen here. They find the Bloodseeker. Out of all heroes. And they find a glimpse onto Tano. He doesn't have any Dissimulate or Astral Step. Finds another Dissimulate. Gonna be fine.
They do have Roar. I wonder if they're gonna... Do you really want to use this on this guy? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bloodseeker got baited so hard. He felt like he was unstoppable there. Okay.
That hurt this Bloodseeker a lot because now the PA has Battle Fury. She keeps on farming Val. Bloodseeker, he's dead.
Yeah, he... I mean, I don't even think it's Yasha's fault there. He was just a little bit too overzealous with the way he moved. But, I mean, as long as he can get this BKB, they can start forcing some convincing fights. So top, can they find Kara? They might be able to.
Yeah, that's another gank tanked here for the Mars. He is not really. I mean, I'm saying he's not really having a game, but he's actually ahead of the Beastmaster and the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, the Beastmaster is just here that doesn't farm fast at all. I mean, we just jinxed him. I think he's gonna die again for leg sacks.
Yeah, he's gonna get found here. He is tanky. Scatter Blast, not enough. Thunderstrike will
nice
be
fight.
enough. Now the Silence, however, onto the Ember Spirit together with the Rupture. They can't
And I
follow
mean,
up.
They use Rupture, as you said, so it always feels like this the Tau Ember can somehow force bait a lot of spells and never get punished by it, and this slows down the the roller coaster that should be Omega right now, but they're not really connecting perfectly. They will smoke, so let's see if they can finally kill PA. They really need to do it.
Yeah, and PA, she's even has the Desolator queued up as well, so not quite sure if she wants to go the straight BKB or the Deso first, because at the moment, she's just allowed to farm. As we also have now the Maelstrom finished on the Ember Spirit. This smoke here does not look like it's going to connect. Now just waiting at this tier 1 tower. Dire, meanwhile, they have their own smoke going. Uh-oh, now he is invis. Smoke breaks
Same
from
place.
Tano.
Oh, they don't see him.
Oh, that was so good. And now they're ready to initiate the arena into the Static Storm. Immediately gonna be there. They find 2 kills. The supports are down. And the glimpse.
Oh, he gets glimpsed. Dude, I'll say this. The Now's game sense is actually really good. He dodged like 3 ganks. He's always really nicely positioned. He's okay not farming as fast as possible, to be in a good position. If he didn't play like he did there, he could have easily died, and that's a completely different game for Omega. Now, though, he can feel super confident going Deso, and they can just join the pit, get Aegis, and you don't need BKB if you have 2 lives as a PA. So, this is unfortunate, but also great playing for now. I think he's been
his
he's just
patience
farming
there
the
with the blur.
whole game, but he's farming like in a really safe but efficient way.
Yeah, like also, like, I feel like a lot of PAs once they're blurred, they're like, oh, I can farm there because they don't see me. But
Yes.
he knows, because if he breaks the smoke, he will see them first and he can retreat. So he was at that high ground, broke the smoke, sees them, backed off. So
And yeah, like for everyone watching, even though it's only a 1k gold lead, I think the combination of the core matchups this game just makes it so that if the game is even, it is definitely an advantage for G Pride. Oh, mid lane.
oh, there's gonna be another arena. They missed the cookie on the tower, and that's... It just seems so easy. Astral step forward here by Dismar. He's looking for more. Can he find the gyrocopter? No, out of range.
Yeah, this game, it's weird because usually you would expect the
Tano?
Beastmaster.
Going in here, has to dissimulate. Is gonna get fine. Okay, sorry. Let you talk.
Now, usually you would expect like having a Beastmaster would just allow Tano to find lots of kills during this game, but I'm not sure if the Sentry game on G Pride was really good or if the Beastmaster is just not delivering. They have yet to like get a really good smoke gank or kill at all. So we'll see. Mingat has BKB. He really wants to start forcing things. Let's see if they can take... I mean, tier 1 is full HP metal. This is unacceptable for a team that wants to play from ahead.
Now... Actually, he finished the BKB on the PA.
Okay,
He went for the
safe play.
BKB and has it now.
They can fight. They can easily take fights now.
Oh no, he blocked his own ancient camp. Ah. No, we praise you.
What a scrub.
Blocking your own ancient camp. Couldn't be me. Never done that. As we have here the smoke. At the same time, Kara... He is going to die, but this smoke might still lead to something good. Bloodseeker has his own BKB, immediately uses it and the Rupture onto Dismar. is gonna go for the TP and he's just fine. That's a rupture and BKB forced from the Radiant.
Yeah, he got a little bit too excited there, unfortunately. It's not bad, but it's not as good as they probably wanted it to be.
Yeah.
They have to chill now. Once Mars is up with that blink, they could easily smoke again.
Now Tau just split pushing bottom. He has that Maelstrom. What's he gonna go for next? What does he have on the courier? Just Mithril Hammer. So just most likely gonna go for BKB himself.
Oof, I mean, this PA is so thick, so tanky that I think even if they get the Roar without now popping BKB, I don't think they can kill her with kisses. He has more HP than the Bloodseeker, and Bloodseeker has way bigger strength gain. And he's even higher level, but the Popil's gift just giving him so much strength on now. And there you go, the smoke.
There goes the smoke towards bottom. Tau already there. And Tano is going to TP out, so he avoids the gank. And this ward not going to be spotted by the sentry on top here from the high ground. And they're looking towards mid. We're now still just farming. I'm very impressed that the Bloodseeker is able to keep up being #1 in net worth.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, it comes from the fact that this PA has to play a little bit more safe with her farm since, there could be Hawks. And he did go, he didn't go the greediest build possible. Oh, Tano.
Oh, there's going to be the Static Storm. They found the Void Spirit. Misses the Spear, but doesn't even matter. At the same time, now top getting pushed in and the immediate TPs to come out here. Blood Rage. And now gonna go in here once that Ancient Creep is gonna get ruptured and called down. But the Arena connects onto 3. It holds them all in place. Mortimer Kiss is coming down. Dismar gonna go down to this. Kara's still alive. No, it's gonna go down. But now he is still here. He still has his BKB. He is ready to clean up. But at the same time, Bloodseeker cleaned up his team.
Dude, Mingata did so much damage there. That was insane.
Yeah.
It ended up being a 3-4-3. No, actually a 2-4-3 because the Void Spirit died earlier, right?
Yeah.
So they somehow made that a good fight. Okay, I mean, this Bloodseeker is delivering more than I expected. As you said, he's farming really fast, and he's just doing a lot. Once he gets this Aghanim Shard, he's going to have a little bit more lifesteal in the form of pure damage. But he will need that MKB. I wonder when he's going to try and fit that in his build.
I mean, that is like you rupture the PA and she can jump. So they ruptured the PA and then took the fight to a different area, which is why that was so advantageous for the Dire. Despite for the Radiant, I should say. Despite the good arena, nobody was there to deliver the damage to finish the heroes off. Until the end, of course.
Yeah, and they knew a lot of spells were used when they killed the Void Spirit, right? It was the Static Storm as well as some of the Ember. Void's gonna be okay.
Void's gonna be okay. He dissimulates that any day of the week. We now have a Deso on the PA. One thing, do you think the PA is gonna go at level 20? Do you think she's gonna go for the Blur Evasion? Because there's no MKB in sight.
I think playing from ahead, the way this game is right now, I think the Armor Corruption is better. When you look at the heroes, Void Spirit doesn't really have that much HP. The Gyrocopter is really a creep for the PA. I don't think there's that much value in the Blur Evasion this game.
Okay.
Especially because there's also a Maelstrom, right? So you're not going to be dodging those procs. Alright, so they will finally
gonna go for the tier 1 and actually gonna fight now here. Now he's already so low HP, trying to fight back here, but it's going to die to Mingate.
Dude.
Did not respect the Aether Remnant. Tower is gonna look to clean up here. It's gonna get stunned, however, by the Scatter Blast into the cookie. That's a double kill for Mingate, and suddenly Omega Gaming, they take 2 huge kills, and they're gonna turn that into Roche.
I actually want to test something after this game, because I feel like he missed 0 attacks on the PA, and I wonder if the shard somehow, because it's gonna take 2% of the target max. Like if that doesn't miss, even if the attack itself misses, I really want to check that later because he did so much damage to,
He did
to the PA.
so
Obviously,
much.
yeah, that was incredible. Maybe he just procced a lot of Maelstrom, so that's why it worked the way it did. But just I'm impressed. I knew that Bloodseeker could fight well early on, but as you said, the PATP in that way, she was half HP once the fight began, so it was not her, she was not at her apex, you could say.
Yeah, not even close. He's now going for a Lincoln Sphere to try to deal with the rupture. But I feel like suddenly we see these Hawks flying out, and this might be now where Omega Gaming maybe take a little bit control of this map back for them.
They're gonna run top. They do have the catapult, so if they want a glyph, they could. I mean, I guess they don't even need. There you go. They will tank the tower hits.
Oh, Tao is here, but the rest of the team for Omega is here as well. So that's gonna be the Scatterblast into the Cookie, and they have the damage to bring him down.
Dude, that shard on the Snapfire with the blink. I mean, this could be a high ground siege. There's no buyback on the Ember, and they know he died twice, so
yeah,
the chance he has buyback is very slim. What is going on?
And Omega Gaming suddenly, it's not a big net worth lead, but it is certainly a momentum lead for them. They forced the glyph.
And they're super tanky because of the extra armor on the Black Dragon.
That's gonna be the lift up onto the Bloodseeker. He has a BKB, he has Aegis, but he doesn't really want to use it for that, as he's gonna get away. Can lifesteal up on some Crepes.
Now I like this. At the end of the day, there's so much Aegis timing that you're okay with giving up the BKB charge there. This is fine for him.
They also established fantastic vision around this top area of the map. Like, it's completely dark for the Dire, and Radiant sees pretty much anything that goes on in this top part.
Most definitely. So PA does go for that armor corruption we talked about. Now swaps the neutral item for the tunic, so he's gonna compensate the evasion a different way.
Yeah, and we talked about that shard on the snap. It's so good with the Blink Dagger. The Blink Scatterblast into Cookie is such a long stun. 1.5 plus 2, like nearly a 4-second stun.
On like a 14-second cooldown. It's insane. And that's so easy for the Void Spirit to then set up the Remnant to the Gyro Missile to hit.
And they're gonna go back in here. Now immediately gonna be ruptured. There's gonna be the Mortimer Kisses over the top. Kara coming in with a nice arena. There's gonna be the Roar keeping now in close. His BKB has run out and he's just dead. Rubik may have stolen Roar, but it is Omega who's roaring right now with victory over this team fight. As we already have a Lincoln Sphere on the Bloodseeker, actually.
That was such a good fight because there was a Lotus on the Mars, but the Beastmaster knows that as long as he actually stuns, it doesn't matter if he gets stunned back, he will kill the PA. That was really good decision making.
PA does have buyback, but suddenly this game, which looked Gorilla's Pride just playing it cool, 2 fights in a row, the PA now died. Has not gotten anything since then.
Alright, they're gonna try and force. Still a minute and 20 on the Aegis.
Minute and 20, that's gonna be the spear. Cookie away, Roar, such a long range from the Rubik. Going on to Mingate, but he's just gonna fight back. Gets the health from the Mars! Doesn't even use his Aegis yet, he still has a full minute with it. It might go down now. Okay, so Aegis gonna go down, but can they kill him a second time? He still has a BKB.
I mean, this is gonna be a barracks. The PA, I think saving the buyback is actually the right decision from the PA. But the problem is
the dive bomb.
This is the early game advantage. Even though it came a little later for Omega, that's all they needed to make this game viable. Now, the Bloodseeker can farm the MKB. The PA has a lot of deaths. He's 4,000 gold behind, so there's one item ahead on Mingate. This is looking really, really good. It is G Pride's game to come back from. I don't think Omega is in a bad position anymore.
Yeah. And we'll see how G Pride is going to do exactly that. And I feel like the Ember Spirit, like Tao, while he's able to toy with the enemy, he doesn't really do that much damage. Actually, not to the Bloodseeker.
I agree. And like, it's kind of surprising that because the Void Spirit OT actually has True Strike, he's like actually double ulting the PA, and in a lot of fights, she starts with like 60, 55% HP, and it's so easy for Mingate to run it now and do a lot of damage. She's now going for this eggs, which, you know, there's a lot of good PA eggs games. I'm not sure I like this, because like the dispel factor is really good, but you can't really dispel the remnant, you cannot really dispel the roar, nor the stuns from the Snapfire. I'm kind of like, you're gonna have more blurs and you're gonna have more ways to maneuver around the fight.
They still have Roar here for G Pride as they're looking for maybe an engagement around this tier 2. They use the Roar onto the Bloodseeker, going in with now, but there's just so little damage, and now the Roar from the Beastmaster, keeping everybody in place here. Jump away from now. He is ruptured,
really low.
however. Wait, how did he die?
I was actually looking at the PA. I don't know.
Yeah, the PA was so low. She didn't do the damage there. I said Tao didn't do damage, and now he's just like, yo, what do you say? Dark Demon not going to be able to get out, and a fantastic fight here for G Pride.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit too overzealous. Like, they were just hitting that tier 2 bottom. I guess they didn't expect any defenses. Obviously, really good ward from G Pride. You don't usually, like, in a situation like that, you don't expect a team to defend a tier 2 so hard. So, good hindsight from G Pride, preparing everything. It doesn't really change the status quo of the game, though, because the Roche respawn timer is going to be a little late, and I don't think G Pride can really attempt any high ground. They're just going to recoup some map control and obviously farm some extra items.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that is, like, Rubik, I feel like Rubik's been the hero of the day so far.
Oh, the Primal Roar stolen, right?
Yeah, the stolen Primal, it has such a huge cast range. Like, he roars at you from like half the screen away, more.
And look what spell he has now. He has even more range than with Roar.
Yeah.
That's scary. Oh, and that's huge. That's huge.
Ooh, Aghanim
Do they have a
Scepter for
smoke?
the Disruptor. If they get another fight like that before the Bloodseeker dies so much quicker even because he doesn't get his BKB off.
Very interesting. The Bloodseeker ended up going for a Gleipnir, which is not unheard of in this hero, but I wonder what's, you know, after so much time going Gleipnir is very, I guess you do push the wave a little bit faster, but it's very fascinating decision considering the MKB is so much valuable this game.
We have here another smoke here from G Pride. Roche gonna be up in 40 seconds. If G Pride finds a good fight, they might just get a Roche advantage as well. But the Radiant, they are positioned around that pit and are waiting for it. They still have that Rupture stolen by Dismar.
I think you really have to play with Tano being forward, because he is the hero that has buyback right now. So, and he's a mobile hero. So ideally, he's the one that breaks the smoke, baits some spells, and can quickly rejoin. 8 seconds for Roche.
Seconds for Roche and Tano. He also has that Arcane Rune helping him potentially for the next
this
fight.
X. Look at now.
Looking for something. Just want some easy kills here. The PA.
It's so tense, actually. Jesus.
Yeah. Roche has respawned now. But Radiant, oh, they're gonna back into their own triangle now.
Oh, smoke.
The Hawks providing such good vision. That's gonna be the TP's
Oh,
out.
ATP back. This could just be a window here.
Yeah, Radiant, there's a smoke from them. They might either find Kara or no.
Can't
One is
connect.
good, the other is bad. They're not finding anybody. Actually, they're finding Kara. He gets his BKB off. That's going to be the route onto Tano. Now the BKB onto the gyrocopter. Just jumping onto that support and making short work of him. At the same time, Tano takes out the Rubik. Rubik gonna buy back. It is closer to their base here. And he's gonna be able to jump back into this fight. The Mortimer Kiss is raining down. They find the kill onto Tano. And now onto Mingate. He's static stormed. He couldn't get his BKB off. Oh.
No.
Blink out by Lissex here, but it's not going to be nearly close enough. And that's going to be a Roche for the side of G Pride.
Whew, I mean, yeah, that's really the problem of this matchup. Like, I think Mingate played incredibly well the whole series, but it is just it's just so much easier for the PA the way she can play around the fights as she scales with more damage too. So that one mistake bottom can completely turn things around, whereas I think G Pride is allowed many more mistakes, right? They actually lost the lane of barracks, but doesn't seem to matter as long as they can take an advantageous fight, which it was not even that advantageous, right? The Mars is forced to arena, they don't even get a kill, Rubik instantly dies, but it was still good enough.
Yeah, still good enough. Very much feel like it comes down to can Omega Gaming find the proper jump on the heroes. Like, if they find now without getting his BKB off, they might be able to kill him. If they don't, he will just run rampant and kill everybody.
Yeah. Okay, so they're gonna go top here. They're still tier 1. This game is obviously not over, but it's really hard. This PA with triple Stifling Dagger, like just resetting all of the cooldowns, the Fan of Knives. It's this hero. This hero is the most picked carry in high MMR pubs for a reason. It's just feels really good to play, and if you can get away with the early game, which now totally did, it's just one of the best late game carries in my opinion.
Also, can we talk about how farmed Kara is? He's been tanking so many ganks. He's died so many times, and he's the third most farmed hero.
That is true, actually.
He has now a satanic
Satanic.
BKB.
What? Okay. Yeah, I mean, this hero just farms really quickly. That's why he's also a mid-hero. So,
Yeah.
you know, compared to a Beastmaster that has 2 boars, doesn't have a Necronomicon anymore, it is obviously not really a fair comparison. But, I mean, he did a really good job, I agree. Like, with 8 deaths being this farmed, it's actually crazy. Alright, so Ninja Gear here. This is going to be good for the Bloodseeker. Might give him some angles. Oh, but it's also good for the Beast. So he's going to keep it.
One thing about Omega Gaming that I also noticed in the previous fight, I feel like for Dark Demon on the Snapfire, it very much comes down to like, are you going to use Mortimer Kisses from far away, or are you gonna get into the midst of the fight with a Blink Dagger Scatterblast into Cookie? And I kind of feel like the Scatterblast into Cookie might be more impactful than the Mortimer Kisses if he gets it on the right heroes.
Oh, yeah, I think so. In that fight, I don't remember exactly the position of the Snapfire, but it can definitely be stronger. Like, the other side of the coin is that your Mortimer Kisses forces early BKB. So
Yeah.
if they can force the early BKB without losing any heroes, it's always going to be good. Using the Scatter Blast, Fire Snap, Cookie could allow them to solo kill a hero, but if they have buyback or if there's a save there, he could also get countered. He has buyback now, so he could try and do something like, as you said, he initiates with that, they get a very important target, he buys back, and even from far away, the kisses will be a contribution to the team fight.
And
Aegis... Oh, go on.
You mentioned for the Bloodseeker, you didn't really like the upgrading from the Maelstrom into the Gleipnir. He's now going for the MKB. He pretty much could have his MKB ready by now if he didn't go for the Gleipnir. So we'll see if that might turn back to haunt him. We'll have to find out.
It definitely makes the game easier. It's not like he had a slot problem because there's a wand for him to sell. It's one of those things where, like, you're having a really good game and you're like, I can get away with this.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's still... I don't know. It's a weird item. It's good on this hero for sure, but I think in this game there's a lot of value on that MKB. which unfortunately is delayed for the time being.
Radiant is doing a very good job of just split pushing these side lanes. Both top and bottom are being pushed in pretty much at all times from Omega Gaming. Although Dark Demon, he might just get caught here by the Disrupt. Oh, he notices. He's even gonna get Static Stormed. Gotta Blast stolen. Gotta Blast reached on Rubik. Do you see how far it is?
Yep, I do. That's actually crazy.
No, he's playing. He only has 15 more seconds on the Aegis. He's playing very far away from his team. We have now level 25 on the Bloodseeker as well.
He'll now compose himself.
Oh, and cannot go through the Ghost Scepter. There's a Glimmer Cape.
1 second for the Aegis.
Gonna find the kill onto the Gyrocopter and...
Alright, this is it. Now I think this is finally the time where Omega could go for a play. Aegis is down. The good advantage, you know, at this stage, 40 minutes, I don't think it matters nearly as much. It's really all about who gets the jump, who has buyback or not. Once these heroes respawn, I want to see them. Yeah, they do have a smoke on the gyro. Let's see what they'll do.
Yeah, I also want to, like, the other, like, who gets the jump and on whom do you get that jump?
Yeah.
As now Mars also looking for a Lincoln Sphere, so they're just looking to protect that PA. They know now it needs to be protected.
I think I get the Gleipnir now. It might be a way to deal with the Lincolns. But wait, the PA didn't go Lincolns. I think you said at one time that she wanted Lincolns, but
yeah, she had the Lincolns queued up, but I guess she now said Mars, get it for me.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Then I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can defend this Gleipnir that much. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I mean, God, I just can't. I mean, Dire, they are getting more and more of a net worth lead, but they are struggling to actually get to the base with a creep wave.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems of PA is that she's not the greatest high ground sieger. You definitely want to take a good fight prior to it. So they are either waiting for the next Aegis or they're waiting to get a good jump. I'm just surprised that Omega they don't feel like they can fight.
Actually, there's also the jump in from the Void Spirit. They're gonna get the roar onto the Rubik, but
he gives it away.
That's roar stolen and Tano. He has a BKB, but he has no TP. Assimilates away. Oh,
nice position.
Nice jukes.
Okay.
Be quiet. Oh no, he has been found now.
He gave it away. Okay, he's fine.
He's fine. At the same time, Dark Demon has been found up top. That was some ankles broken right there.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I understand that they just want to split up the map. Maybe they are waiting for Mingata's MKB. But at the end of the day, I think they're just giving away a lot of map control, and this just might be a free Roche. And then even if you have the MKB, I don't think it matters. We'll see if they're gonna try and do anything, but it is looking more and more dire for the Radiant team.
Yeah, and I mean, Rubik has roar now. Like,
yeah, that's the third or second time he's giving away. That's not good. We saw a lot of really good Rubik performances, right?
Yeah.
Stolen Ravages, stolen Primal Roars.
Stolen Overgrowth.
Okay. 40 seconds for Roche. Everyone's going to be up. They're going to smoke. This could be very similar to what we saw on the opposite side, right?
Yeah, actually now it's going to get ruptured and jumps away. Takes some damage from that rupture, but it's still fine.
Going to give vision.
That's going to be the homing missile. Now... And Dismar jumps in here, gets the lift up. He is pretty alone here, but they find the Static Storm onto the Void Spirit. Void Spirit is just gonna go down. Has buyback, looking to go onto the Beastmaster. Beastmaster gonna go down as well. John, you might have a Ghost Scepter for a little while, but does not last nearly long enough. That was a crazy jump in there by the Rubik, but it worked out beautifully for them. As they now are going to be able to force buybacks. Might even be forcing the buyback from the Void Spirit. No, they're going to back off.
I don't know. You know, defending tier 2s, that's why it's not that common to do it, because that's usually what can happen. I'm just surprised that with those 3 buybacks, they didn't really try to make it in a way where they punish the fact that there's no BKB, because the way they bought back there, it was like Beastmaster first, then someone else. They just disengaged, right? Your buybacks didn't really accomplish anything. So I wanted them to maybe bait a fight where those buybacks allow them to kill everyone since there's no BKB on PA, no BKB on Ember, and then they Rosh.
And now we have an Agnum's Blessing for the Mars.
Awesome.
I'm interested that they didn't give that to the Rubik. They say, Dismar, make a better performance, then you deserve your Agnums.
I mean, Kara seems like a very greedy player, right? He's
I mean, what does it give away? The second number 2 in net worth?
It's like, Captain, is either that X on me or I'm not playing next game. You choose.
Oh, yes, axe on you. Axe on you makes perfect sense. And, now they take the tier 3. And they know that they don't want to buy back on this Void Spirit anymore. It's only 20 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know. It was such a great early performance from Omega, but ever since that failed push at tier 2, it feels like he totally broke their ankles. They seem very lost.
I can't remember a last fight where I've seen Mingate actually be able to hit anything.
Yeah.
And like this right now, this feels very sad. There's going to be the stolen roar onto the Beastmaster. They find the kill onto the Disruptor. Disruptor going to buy back here. The arena is just going to be that they find the kill onto the Void Spirit. Void Spirit going to buy back here, but it's a dieback on the Beastmaster already. Mingate trying to fight back. Gets the Abyssal Blade, the Scatterblast. Cookie, there's going to be the stuns going on to the PA. PA is going to die, but Jinek is going to be back with the Static Storm, trying to fight back. They get the spear onto Mingate. Mingate is still alive, however. It's going to get glimpsed back, actually out of the danger. There's going to be Kara, however, and Kara, he has something to say. Meanwhile, Mingate, he goes to the backline, cannot be there, and is going to die. And without the Bloodseeker, who takes care of this PA? Tano trying to make something happen, but is going to die as well.
All right, what I'll say is, despite the, probable loss, this is one of the, even though this is a loss, this is one of the best Bloodseeker performances I've seen. Like, I have never seen a Bloodseeker do so much damage. I want to see the damage after on the scoreboard, because he might have the highest value.
He just did 10,000 damage in that last fight.
Jesus.
Ooh. No.
Yeah, Raiden did more damage than Dire in that fight.
Yeah,
Right.
I thought that I was like, oh. But also, Gorilla Pride. I feel like the beginning, like the first 10-15 minutes, looked good for them. The PA got off to a great start, and then my Dota just crashed. Because of an update.
I can read the damage here. It is the second highest damage behind the Ember. He even did more damage than Now on the PA this game.
Ooh.
But even still, it was a tough game, as we said. I think the Bloodseeker with the Maelstrom counters PA a little bit early on, but as the game progresses, it just becomes a nightmare. And they were not allowed a lot of mistakes, and they did a couple.
Yeah. Still though, very strong performance there from Omega Gaming. And I'm very excited for this game number 2, because I would love to see what happens when we have more even draft. You said you're not quite feeling what Omega did in terms of drafting that. I would agree. And as you mentioned, a few mistakes, it added up. And in the end, Gorilla's Pride take game number 1. But we'll see if they can make it better in game number 2. And we'll see you there.
Awesome.
Hello and welcome back here to the DPC South America Division 2 Gorillas Pride versus Omega Gaming in quite a roller coaster of a game. Gorillas Pride takes game number 1, but what is going to happen here in game number 2, we'll tell you. I am aponzeus, and with me here is Bowie. Are we surprised about these bans here? I'm not.
Oh yeah, they're definitely onto something, right? Because they won game 1. They still feel very confident that the Shaker, the Dawnbreaker are heroes they should be careful about. And Omega, I'm pretty sure they banned the... Oh, so they do ban the Snapfire this time, so they value that a lot. Will Gorillas just get the Rubik again? How do you do this?
And I've thought a little bit during the break. I thought a little bit about this Rubik pick that we've seen now so much. And it opens up so much for your draft and also just prevents the enemy for wanting to go for heroes that have good spells.
Yeah. It's like the South America region loves Rubik. I think NA also loves a little bit too much. You don't see that much of, or at least like Rubik first phase, like first pick, like we're seeing that much. But it seems to be working really well. I do feel like those four, I think it kind of enables that fourth pick disruptor we're seeing a lot, where the enemy commits for a Tidehunter or commit for something. So you kind of guarantee your 4, and you can always get this very impactful support later on into the draft. But
they're gonna go for the Mars. Kara, he might have died a few times, but he was giga farmed.
He was an absolute unit. He even got the Ags at the end there. Yeah. He had no cares.
Now, how is Omega Gaming gonna adjust here? Because I felt like they had good answers to the Mars, especially early on. Like, Kara did not have a nice game to begin with, but he made himself a nice game with the way he played.
I think the lane was really good. Obviously, the Bloodseeker having so much pure damage into the Mars is good. But if you're going Bloodseeker early, maybe you have to swap your bans, because the bans that they went for, they were tailored towards having a gyro carry. But at the end of the day, obviously, it debated Gorilla's Pride, but it also debated Omega themselves, because you had this Bloodseeker versus PA, because PA was obviously left into the draft. So we'll see how they deal with this. I think gyro by itself is already very good versus Mars. You have that magic damage from the Rocket Barrage. You have the missile. You're a fast boy, ranged, hard to get pinned down in the laning stage.
Yeah. A lot of reserve time already being used here early on in this draft. Like, I feel like that often shows that these two teams know each other very well and most likely have scrimmed against each other a whole bunch. And we're gonna go for a Hoodwink. Hoodwink over what they had in the previous game, the Snapfire, as a position for a little bit more burst damage, single target.
Yeah, and I think it addresses two things that they struggled with. It has a break for the Mars, and it has a break for that PA. So in case they still want to go Bloodseeker and they felt like that was a good pick against the Mars lane, I think it's going to be a much better overall game, because, just popping BKB like PA did against Kisses in that game is not going to be as effective, because you're still going to take a lot of damage and you're going to be broken for the position.
Yeah, broken in the sense that you don't have your passives, not that you're overpowered. They picked the Disruptor and then banned out the Tidehunter. I feel like it's very interesting. Usually we think about Disruptor being this big counter to Tidehunter, but they say, even if we have the Disruptor, we don't want to give away Tide.
Yeah, interesting, right? They did the same thing in the first game. I was going to mention it and I forgot. Obviously, if the Tide eventually gets Blink, if the Tide is not a support, the Disruptor by itself is not going to be enough of a counter. So I think this is mostly about, preventing Storm Spirit picks, preventing, some other mobile carries that we usually see. All right, so
the sniper ban once again.
Yeah, they have this. They definitely screamed a lot against Omega, because they're pretty much going for almost the same bans. I think this could be exactly the first 5 bans they went for in the other game. Maybe in a different order.
Maybe not the Legion. Maybe the
I think
Legion?
Legion was banned, but I don't remember which side actually banned it.
Yeah, I don't remember. What I do remember is that there was no Sven banned in the previous game.
That's
Um,
true.
which this time is being banned out by Omega Gaming. What does that say to you that they ban out a Sven?
Well, I think Sven is not the same thing as a PA, but it is a fast farming core that is also bursty. So if you think about the types of heroes you don't want to face, if you ban Sven, I'm sorry, the type of hero you want to pick, and so you ban Sven, I would say Luna can oftentimes be that hero. Sometimes squishier heroes like well, Faceless Fight is not necessarily a a counter by Sven, but they go for it anyways. That's interesting.
Yeah,
I
gonna have.
guess the Sven just farms too fast, and the tempo that they are playing for would be harder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, SD.
Faceless Void here gonna be coming out from Omega Gaming and Gorilla's Pride. They're gonna immediately gonna go with some sort like kind of a counter with the Shadow Demon being able to disrupt whoever you go on. Also Faceless Void and save them from the Chronosphere. And the Lina.
Okay.
Oh. Now we see a
Yeah.
lot of Lina in North America, in the mid lane, especially Lina is all the hype. Um, what makes them pick Lina here? Because I feel like against the Faces Void, you're not that confident.
I think it depends. A hard counter to Faceless Void is Blink Dagger, and so going for this, travels BKB Blink build wouldn't be too hard. And Lina not only split pushes really well, but can also attack inside the Chronosphere. So the Void, if this Lina is farmed enough, he won't be able to stand in the Chronosphere even with BKB. So it's an interesting approach. He's also a lane dominator. They because of the disruptor being picked, they already eliminate a lot of the options Omega Gaming can go for as carries, which probably gives them safety that the Lina, is able to be picked. I'm okay with this. They have good setup with the Spear into LSA, Shadow Demon disruption into LSA, so even rotations are very possible considering their heroes.
Yeah. Let's see. A lot of new heroes coming out in this second phase of this game, of this draft here. How are you feeling about here that we see the Dark Seer for Omega Gaming?
So yeah, I mean, Darkseer works really well against either range heroes or melee heroes that don't wave clear that well. So, I guess they're assuming that with this Faceless Void, going for a range hero that can also go Blink would be an interesting idea. So the Darkseer, if they go Drow, it's not that easy of a lane for the Drow Ranger. But the Darkseer just works really well with the Faceless Void because you don't need to be farmed to get Chronosphere kills, because the Iron Shell damage alongside the Surge usually just allows you to kill everyone. So that's an interesting idea. You're not forced into like a Midas or a Maelstrom. You can fight early and you're still gonna look really good. They take the Juggernaut away. Alright.
So what's the carry here for Gorilla's Pride?
Let me think. So range heroes look carry, but they're gonna go worse. Yeah, like you want something that can kill the Iron Shell creep. You also want something that ideally doesn't die in the Chronosphere. So eventually, when Ursa has eggs, or if you just jump the Faceless Void yourself, you can take really good fights. They have good Roche. It's an interesting approach. I think this is fine, although I do feel like overall the Faceless Void late game is such a massive hero, especially if they get a mid hero that can also do damage inside the Chronosphere. Maybe
Yeah, Faceless
a
Void, like
Viper.
it feels like Gorilla's Pride it's much more on a timer in this game than they were in the previous one.
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think so. They kinda, the 23rd pick their Ursa and still doesn't feel that good for G Pride, because I feel like this matchup is 50-50, slightly Void favored, depending on how late or farm the Ursa is.
We'll see what the Omega Gaming drafts for their last pick. And it is going to be the Storm Spirit.
All right, so less damage inside the Chrono, but more catch. So he can easily force Lina's BKB. He doesn't care about Arena.
Wait. Do you see who picked up Faceless Void?
Oh, whoa! So that is the I love this, man. I love this. So it ends up being a support Void that can make use of the Iron Shell and do time dilation. This low with Iron Shell is super good. I like this. It also completely destroys the Shadow Demon because as long as he gets time dilated, he's not spamming that freaking E. The Lean is not spamming spells. This is super interesting. Whether it's gonna work, I don't know, but it's bold and I just love it.
That's a very interesting adjustment here. So it's going to be a position 1 Gyrocopter and a position 5 Faceless Void, unless they're role swapping, but I highly doubt that.
Yeah, me too.
So, and there has been some position 5 Faceless Void. For people who are not familiar with, why does position 5 Faceless Void work?
Yeah, so I mean, they just buffed time dilation a lot. They made it actually does damage now, and it's a significant amount. In this particular game, it actually works well because Darkseer wants a melee support so that you can make use of the Iron Shell. And Void not only has a mobility spell, which allows him to easily do Iron Shell damage, but he can also slow people. It's just, and also like, because he has HP talents, I mean, I guess he used to have HP talents, he doesn't have anymore. But he's still like this tanky guy that can get jumped and still live, right? People pick Ogre because he breaks smokes, gets attacked and might still survive. The Void is similar. It was much better when you had a Strength talent at 10 and Raw HP talent at 15. They still feel like it's a good idea. Let's see if Omega Gaming is right.
Let's see, a little bit of unorthodox drafting. I'm always a big fan of that. And we'll see how it is going to work out. As Gorilla's Pride, gonna just place a little bit of a trap here. Looking to trap somebody. But nobody's gonna walk into it.
Yep. They're just gonna chill with the Ursa peeking through the trees.
Do you think it is a better lane for the like it's a better lane against Darkseer as Gyrocopter over the Faceless Void?
I personally really like to melee heroes with when you have this Darkseer lane. That's why they play, Earth Spirit Darkseer, Nyx Darkseer. If they want to play,
there's gonna be an invasion here from G Pride. They find disruption, but not really a follow up there. Chan, he has a time walk, takes a lot of damage, and just time walks it off.
That's so funny, right? Like he was just standing there. He's like, "Guys, attack me! I'm gonna heal everything back up," but he didn't do any damage. Like, how worth it was that time walk? I'm not sure, but I want to be entertained, and so far it is working.
John is saying, "Are you not entertained?" Pretty much.
Yeah, I guess it does. Like the Void is not bad against the Shadow Demon Mars lane because he can take that huge instance of Shadow Poison damage if the Shadow Demon ever learns that spell, and still like time walk all of that off. The Spear at the earlier levels doesn't do that much stun duration, so it can also time walk the damage. This hero is deceptively really good. 4 armor, good move speed, decent damage. He's gonna be super annoying.
I'm gonna go on to this Gyrocopter here and just putting some harass onto him. Meanwhile, the mid lane, we're gonna have Alina versus the Storm Spirit. It was the last pick Storm. How do you feel about this lane and his game for Tano?
It can look really good if he gets ganked by that disruptor. If he gets an early 6, it can look awful, right? You don't want to go use Scepter on Storm like you do on Void. You also don't want to rush BKB. You either want a Bloodstone or a Kaya Sanj or an Orchid. It is rough. If they constantly get jumped, he's not gonna be doing his job, which is jump the disruptor. If they do play from ahead, then it can look awesome, actually, because you kite the Ursa, you don't care about Arena. We'll see. He's having a pretty good lane so far, so that's positive.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, the one thing that, as you said, like, it gives him some more jump. That's something that they kind of don't have with the Darkseid, especially not until he has a Blink Dagger. That hero does take a little bit of time to get online, as Lysex's gonna get ran at here by now, and he gets the first blood against the Darkseer.
Yeah, that's I think he had boots coming. No, it was a bottle. I'm not a big fan of that build, especially when you are against the Disruptor. I think having the move speed is better than having the stats, right? But we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, we'll see. As so far, Hoodwink and Disruptor just trading some damage towards each other. And that's another deny on a range creep there. I feel like I've seen like the 2 denies from the Ursa are both on range creeps.
Yeah, and he's doing a really good job.
That's gonna be the glimpse onto the Hoodwink. That's gonna be another kill for now. Even use the salve. Oh.
And that's, you know, why I kind of prefer the Faceless Void being here, because he can time walk through the kinetic field. He's higher armor, can also time walk the Ursa damage. This Hoodwink is just a creep, and no, we'll see if they can recover. But this is the dream start for Ursa this time, and it's very similar to first game, right? Now having the dream start, just getting kills.
You're gonna find a bushwhack here onto the Disruptor. Has a Fairy Fire, but it's not going to be enough, and Dark Demon gets that kill.
Good. Very, very good. In terms of mid lane here, Tano starting to suffer. He's forced to jungle the small camp creeps because the Lina is a super oppressive hero. The only time he can go to the lane is when he actually goes for the warrior runes there. But he will have some experience disadvantage just because he has to do that very often.
As down bottom once again now in Genek, they're just gonna run at Lysex, force the surge. And that just leaves the Darkseid just with less and less and less experience. Also the denies coming in here for that Ursa. Like now I feel like he's once again having an absolutely outstanding start to his game.
He definitely is. The Ursa last pick, probably knowing that they played this support Void, they did go for this, and it's working well.
Oh, there's gonna be the spear onto Chan, and they just... Okay, they get the kill up top, and they get the kill down bottom. This is not looking so good for Omega Gaming. And Dark Demon gonna get ran at here by now. Gonna be brought down as...
Oh my god, the Jaro might die here.
Uh-oh.
He's blocked.
These side lanes are going horrendous for Omega Gaming. As just gonna...
He needs another Shadow Poison, no mana
doesn't have
though.
the mana for it, and they don't go for the spear, so he will be fine. But they force him away from the wave. Like this is nearly as much as if he would die.
I think it would be better if he died, because there's a Void with no boots running to the lane to salve him. And until that happens, he's just... Oh. Okay, he's not gonna die. Let me got to. There you go. Salve finally arrives.
Disruptor committed Sudoku.
Now it's pretty low, so looks like they might be able to do some decent damage. They're looking for the Ursa. He was in a different position. Could still die though. Oh,
you still have to be so careful against him. He has the Enrage. Dark Demon. Gonna be in the trees thanks to the Scurry. Now the stun connects here onto Tano. He has level 6, so he will be fine. Gets out. As now they're trying to go onto Kara here. He just walks away.
Yeah, this Storm has so much heavy lifting to do. He needs to gank the side lanes. He needs to pressure Lina. Did get level 6 without dying, so he's the one hero on the side of Omega that I think is in a prime position to be impactful.
They're gonna go onto the Ursa here with the Acorn Shot. Get the kill! A lot of patience there coming out from Omega Gaming, and they get a big kill onto this Ursa Bear, going the way of the Hoodwink.
All right, that was very necessary. Much needed kill.
Also making some
Ursa.
stacks here in the hard camp, so it's gonna help the Darkseid to recover. As up top the arena has come out. That's gonna be a dead gyrocopter, Chan. Time dilation.
Bash. Bash.
That's on the spear.
God.
Oh no.
I wanted to hype this support void so much, but this is not the performance I expected.
It is not looking that great right now. It just feels like these side lanes are going so poorly, and don't look at net worth, but the Ursa is very farmed.
He is. You know, okay, they're gonna... Oh no, I thought Tana was gonna jump the Lina. But that's why I think like this Void Gyro lane doesn't synergize that well. Maybe they could have done a more impactful job. But still here with Chronosphere.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can somehow get some good Chronospheres and be impactful. But that Lina, look at the stacks.
He's been found by the Ursa, so he's gonna be forced to walk away. And yeah, Tao is gonna take some big stacks here made by Dismar.
Oh, Void.
They find maybe a counter kill on Genek here. And they find the D ward, so that's good.
Yeah, it's okay.
So, given the position that actually, if you take a look at net worth, it's like actually less than a 1,000 net worth lead for Omega Gaming. And do you just feel like the net worth right now is on more impactful heroes for the Radiant?
Yeah, I also feel like it's a momentum sort of thing. Like Darkseer playing from behind. He's not a Mars. He's not a Tidehunter, right? He's not gonna smoke, use ult, get killed. Like it really doesn't work like that in this game. So they are now forced to farm a mech on Lissex. Eventually, he might be able to show up in a fight. This Void doesn't really do anything after laning stage if he doesn't have Chrono. They're gonna have to smoke with Tano. He has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Let's see if he can prove the haters wrong.
We'll have to find out here, Tano. With the
Lina,
smoke, they're finding Tao here. See him under the ward, and it's gonna get bushwhacked, and he is dead. Dismar not in range for the disruption. So that's a big kill there onto the Lina.
Yeah, they need to keep getting those kills and buy time for just Gyro to recover, because there's gonna be such an early defusal on the Ursa.
Now tried to go for a sneaky Roche, but Tano was right in front of it and broke the smoke and put down a ward.
That's so funny. He had money for the defusal, but he's like, guys, I'm gonna buy a Morbid Mask and I'm gonna rush at 10 minutes. But backfire. Like, this actually, slows his timing quite a bit. This is not a small thing.
As down bottom, Genek has been found. That is another kill here for Omega Gaming.
Lots of small things starting to this is kind of similar to game one, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, Jeeprite stomps the lane so hard, and somehow Omega starts to find the small little openings here and there.
And they are aware, like, Omega Gaming is aware that the next thing that Dio wants to do is take, like, a sneaky Roche with that Ursa. And they know they need to stay on top of that. They have the ward there. They have heroes relatively around of it. And this Hoodwink is very farmed and very leveled. Level 8 already, maxed out Bushwhack, 2 points in the Acorn shot.
Yeah, I mean, he's the same level as Gyrocopter right now. Alright, so both teams actually scanning the Roche side there.
I was like, oh. Yeah, from both teams there. And we'll see.
Alright, Tano getting close to his Orchid. Still needs a couple, maybe 3-4 minutes for that to be... There you go. They're gonna force this
smoke. Be the smoke. They see the ward.
Oh.
They're not gonna de-ward it yet. Chan has Chronosphere.
He gets a glimpse of Dismar there.
Yeah, they're gonna de-ward. stun going to be that they find the kill onto the face's Void. Is that going to be enough for Radiant to do Roche? Now says yes.
I don't know.
They're gonna go onto Kara, however, there's gonna be the wall dropped. He is very tanky. Call down, Arena coming out here, and the Static Storm committed. Gonna go,
Mac.
but there's no further follow-up damage. Trying to go onto the Gyrocopter. The Gyrocopter is gonna go down. Now trying to go onto tower. The Bushwhack connects once again from the Hoodwhack. It's not enough damage to finish her off, however.
Haste on Tano.
Oh, with that haste, might be able to make something happen. Just persuade anybody from going any further. Jump forward here onto Janek. They're actually going to find the Chronosphere onto two of them. They still have any damage into it. The Bushwhack follow-up onto the Ursa. Ursa gets the Enrage plus stick off. Oh, no! Oh, no. He nearly died, but then the stick plus Enrage is just too much, and it takes two heroes down.
Yeah, there was a certain point there where the Gyro died to Arena, where I think Omega could have maybe just chilled a little bit. Like, the important part was that Ursa didn't Roche, not necessarily that they get kills. When they use the Chrono like that, I think it just gives Roche for free. I really want to see what Now's gonna do once everyone respawns.
Yeah, the way he's walking, wants to farm. Oh yeah, Tano even jumped in there with the ball lightning, saying, "Hey, anybody up? Anybody?" And now, not gonna go into the Roche yet.
I really like the combo though, having the Chronosphere into, a good Acorn shot. They can even like vacuum everyone into the same position to get like a 5-man Acorn shot. I want to see that. That's the dream this game. Oh, now
Sean finds him.
Roaching.
There's gonna be the glimpse. Not quite in time, but the Arena catches the
Storm.
Hoodwink. Storm gonna jump in there. There's gonna be a Static Storm, however, and Storm, he's been staticked and he's dead. And now Lissex, oh no, that's just bleeding kills. That's one after another going in there, and they already took the Aegis on the Ursa, and they got just like 2 freebies.
Ooh,
that's really scary now for Omega Gaming. I felt like the last 3 minutes before that, they kind of came back after, once again, a laning stage that didn't really go their way. But now with an Aegis, he's feeling very confident. Mingate has just been farming. He is number 3 in net worth, only slightly behind Delina, looking for that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, but yeah, he's dead.
Oh no.
He had to TP, but he
maybe he can juke. Oh, can juke and
Nice,
break some
nice.
ankles, and he's out.
All right. Yeah, it's just they're kind of lacking damage, but with the Chrono, if they're well positioned, I'm sure they can kill everyone but the Ursa, because they do have Hoodwink's Sharpshooter. So it's really about trying to get us a wrap around or just split the map, because Ursa, he doesn't really siege very well. It's not like they're gonna take. Usually, you get the first Aegis, you get all tier 2s. It doesn't really work that way with Ursa. You have to win a lot of fights. So if Omega they don't give the fights, there's still a lot of hope, especially if they get a good Chrono.
Yeah. We'll have to see how they're gonna be able to make that happen. Hoodwink has an Aether Lens. I still feel like this Hoodwink can do a lot. Actually, Shadow Demon also has his Aether Lens already. Yeah. Also, his position 4 is on top of it. I have now the cast range. As Dark Demon is gonna go down. Storm Spirit now finished his Orchid. And I feel like this is now where what can Omega Gaming make with this timing for the Storm Spirit. Because he went Orchid, he didn't go Kaya to farm or anything like that. He went Orchid, so he wants to get kills. Who can he kill?
I mean, he has to kill either Disruptor or Shadow Demon, or else he dies every time he goes for a kill. Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Because ideally he would like to kill Delina before BKB, which is so close, by the way. He just buys the recipe. They're gonna smoke, but I hope they are aware this Linda's BKB is almost done. And they're gonna smoke on both sides, actually.
Looks like, yeah, there's gonna be the counter smoke from the Radiant. And Dire, they're gonna walk into the triangle, but at the same time, Radiant walks into the enemy jungle. And Tau?
Nice positioning by Omega. They get the
Yeah.
high ground on one side.
They are gonna miss everybody, and it's actually Mingate who might get gone on. He feels safe thanks to this ward, but he now knows that there might be something going on. They saw the Lina farming there. And now they see Tau being around here, and oh, Chan has been seen by the Ursa. There's now a Blink Dagger on the Ursa. That's not going to be jump away the Orchid onto the Ursa, but it's not going to be enough. The Arena comes out with the Spear, connects, and the follow-up LSA plus Laguna Blade. They take down the Storm Spirit. They are going to find a kill onto the Ursa, but can they find the second kill as he comes back to life from an Aegis? And that is the Aegis advantage.
Yeah, but I also feel like it's that Storm pick was so bold from Omega. It's really hard to make it work against those two supports, and at the same time, if you lose your lanes, then it kind of compounds, right? And playing the fights become a nightmare, honestly. The Aegis definitely plays a part, but even without Aegis, it is an insanely hard to execute team fight / gank.
Yeah, we still haven't really seen, like, we have seen that one Chrono in the mid lane, which didn't look too bad. But the prowess of this position 5 phases what you're gonna need to find those Chronospheres. So we have a jump here top onto the Mars. I don't think he has enough damage though. There, Kara gets the spear, and he will be out. As at the same time, they find Tau finds the Hoodwink. He did use the BKB in his last fight. Oh, there's gonna be a disruption onto Mingate. And that's just gonna go on this Dragon. He's taking so much damage, and Janek is here now too. The Thunderstrike now jumps in. There's gonna be the Surge, and Mingate is gonna be able to survive.
He blipped the other one. Oh, okay.
They thought they had that kill, and now that's a good Chronosphere, but the save from the Shadow Demon. And now they're gonna be stuck in the Static Storm. Hoodwink, I don't think you want to TP in here. They're gonna jump onto Janek, finding that kill. They find the kill onto the Ursa, actually, with the Sharpshooter. And now looking to go onto the Shadow Demon. That's a third kill. The Spear connects onto the Storm Spirit. But there's nothing left in the tank for Radiant. So, I mean, in the end, they killed 3 heroes there.
Yeah, they don't lose the gyro. It's much better than they could have happened at the end. The problem is that it's still like a super hard matchup for the gyro versus Ursa. This is so similar to game 1, honestly. Like, you have this awful early game, then some kind of miraculous fights start happening for Omega, but the end game is so dire still, because like this Ursa is gonna have Swift Blink Abyssal MKB against the gyro, and he's just food. Like, he needs a Satanic, he needs saves, which he kind of does, you know. There's Surge, there is a mech, but I don't know, Chronosphere is gonna have to be a save in a way. The Void will need a perfect Chrono that traps the Ursa, doesn't trap the gyro, and somehow they kill the Ursa in that time frame. Very hard to execute.
Definitely very hard to execute, and
it does have the meme hammer though, so that's a start.
Yeah, I thought Phases Void was working towards that. Also goes now for the shard, so the reverse time walk gonna come out. I mean, now he can Chronosphere into Meteor Hammer.
Interesting. Yeah, it's it's a lot of damage, honestly. If you can proc it correctly, but it's such a high cooldown on the Chronosphere. So when he's not doing that, he can definitely feel like a dead weight.
Oh, probably 6 got stuck with the LSA and avoids the Bushwhack. Now the Glimpse gonna come out. Pau is gonna force to use his BKB. Sharpshooter connects onto Janek.
Mars TP at bottom. I'm
He
sorry.
just walks on forward, pretending he has Chronosphere while he doesn't have it. I need to be careful against that illusion there, Janek. One more hit from that illusion would have killed the disruptor. The jump forward here onto the Ursa. Ursa, he has Cyber Rage, is gonna be saved by the disruption. Jumps forward now, going directly onto Mingate, has his BKB, and this gyrocopter. That's the carry that was just farming the entire time, and he doesn't look farmed.
Yeah, it's
and now looking to go onto Lissex. Another kill for him, going into the trees, looking for Dark Demon. He at least has Scurry to get away. And that was a fight that at some point Omega Gaming wanted to take, but it just felt like this Ursa, as soon as he is saved, he will get Enrage off and BKB, and there's no killing him.
Yeah, I don't know why they wanted to force that fight so close to Roshan spawning with Gyro having no BKB. I think at the end of the day, whoever gave the call to force that fight just made this game even harder, because now they don't have BKB, right? So they cannot contest Roche. And they gave more farming advantage away for G-Pride. This is a free Roche, I think.
Yeah. Now this is gonna be Shard for the Ursa as well. Oh, you thought that he was killing him was hard before? It is gonna get even harder.
Yeah, like the only advantage Omega has now is that the push on the side of G-Pride is not great, but you know, even Lina can do a lot of siege damage once the Crystallis is ready. They didn't really give the Aegis to her, so they really just want now playing super aggressively, and they're gonna try and siege after they win fights. That's usually how it goes if you do that.
And an Arcane Rune now on the Ursa. He's looking to invade the enemy triangle. He does not care. Jumps on up. John gets a time walk away. There's a bushwhack. He has used now his real Enrage. That's going to be the glimpse back onto John. And that's a dead Faces Void. Going for the Hoodwink. The arena connects. And that's both supports now down on the side of Omega Gaming. I believe that's just going to be a free tier 2.
Yeah, maybe even more. Even though there is Chrono, G-Pride, they look unstoppable in those fights. They have as long as Shadow Demon is playing appropriately, I don't think the Chroma really scares G-Pride anymore.
Yeah, it is as you mentioned. There are safe factors for the Radiant against that Chronosphere. There's gonna be a jump in from Tano and forces the Static Storm.
Yeah, he's very close to his BKB, so that is one power spike they are striving towards. The BKB on the Storm actually being, the Gyro being ready, and the Storm being so close. So if they can smoke once that BKB is done. Oh wait, did he just pop a solo smoke on the Void? I guess, yeah, that's an old one. All right.
They need to get out a little bit faster.
I'm just unsure if they should force a fight without G-Pride going high ground, because that's one of the few advantages they're going to be able to get. If they try and force a fight outside of their base with Aegis up, I think it could be a huge mistake.
Jump on forward here by now. He gets a time walk away, but the glimpse is going to be there. And that is a dead Faces Void. Or is it? Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, this game needs.
It's getting very hard for Omega Gaming, and now he is gonna go high ground now. They don't have Static Storm for 2 more seconds actually just now. Just gonna jumps in, gets the first hit bash, and forces the sharpshooter already.
Good ward there by Genak. They have total control here. They need a miracle.
Yeah, and it's now Kara is going to jump in here, finds the spear onto the Hoodwink. Hoodwink gonna die first. John is here. Static Storm Not gonna connect onto anything actually. Now still has that Aegis. Forced to use his enrage. Jump forward here by Tano. Goes for the backlines. Doesn't want any save to come out, but the Glimmer Cape gonna be there. And now looking to go onto now. That's gonna be Aegis down. But the Ninth Chronosphere. But no, the disruption gonna be there. And Tau gonna be saved. Force uses BKB, however, and is still gonna go down. Now, however, he's the big carry. Looking to go into the Faceless Void, but Faceless Void gets a time walk off. Now, can they kite around this Ursa? Gonna be the question. The Spear gonna be there. Mingate doesn't have BKB anymore, but he is pretty strong himself. They find the kill onto the Faceless Void. Mingate now stuck in the kinetic field, just trying to fight back here. Dismar showed himself a little bit too close there. Mingate. Oh, the Spear connects. A few more right clicks. And the gyrocopter died. Oh, that was just beautiful kiting back from G Pride there.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the Void got caught off guard, and he was forced to chrono super early before the Aegis on the Ursa procced. So the Meteor Hammer doesn't land the Ursa. He was so close to dying, right? I think he was like 250 HP. Meteor Hammer is like 600 HP total. That could have been the difference. But they are playing under a lot of pressure, so it was not easy to get the chrono combo there, unfortunately. Also, great save from the ESD. He was super patient saving the Lina.
Yeah.
Inside the chrono.
No.
I mean, Varix are still up though, so there's always hope, right?
Yeah, you have a Chronosphere, like even as a support. This is what. Oh, actually, it's gonna jump here onto the Shadow Demon, but Tau is in the area, lands the LSA, and now looking to hit back onto Tano. Tano gonna die.
Oh, the glimpse.
Oh, Dark Demon now. He has a decoy. And decoy lands onto now, actually. But, uh-oh, you don't want a man fight against this Ursa. Ursa gonna be bushwhacked and walled here. Now the arena coming out here from Kara, making short work of Chan, but Chan gets a time walk away. And it is now Radiant who is going to back off. Oh, cuts the tree there by Janek. He has his own Quelling Blade. Still looking for that Disruptor. That Disruptor has another Glimmer.
That Ursa illusion so fast.
Oh.
Oh,
And Bushwhack connects. He's dead.
All right. Some breathing room. I think a little bit of a hasty move from G Pride, forcing things a little bit too much. They have to be patient, all right? If they keep giving kills away and eventually lucky respawn timer just presents itself, Omega can definitely still win this if they get the third Aegis.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, Ursa, like we talked about during the draft for Radiant, their lineup looks a lot more timing dependent. Overall, the longer this game goes, I mean, Chronosphere is always an insane teamfight spell. You have a Storm Spirit, even Gyrocopter, like he's getting very scary. He's now going for the Daedalus, so he's going to start to deal serious amounts of deeps.
Oh yeah. The deeps is real. Satanic on the Ursa getting pretty close. That's gonna be the dispel for the time dilation. Super annoying for him. This Lina is like gigantic with the Silver Edge crit. But you know, they have their BKBs, so it's really about positioning, vision, and ideally not forcing a fight too close to Roche. And so just like wasting cooldowns, allowing G Pride to get inside the Roche and get the third Aegis. If they get the third Aegis, this game is very grim. If they don't, it could really go either way.
Yeah, and we, like, if Dire finds like one successful team fight, that leads into 1 or 2 tier 1 towers going down. Like, that's suddenly a big net worth swing for Omega Gaming, like just getting some solid money into everybody's hands. Darkseer has a pipe, has a mech, looking now for the Blink Dagger. So looking to become a little bit more of a initiator or counter initiator. Uh-oh, Chan, however, it's gonna get hit by the LSA. Even Static Storm committed for that.
If that was the old Faceless Void with the HP talent, he maybe survived. But I think that's why they don't really do the support Void that much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You do get some time dilation DPS talents, but it was really having 2.5k HP with no items the reason it seemed to be that good at
Yeah.
that time.
Now we have a Satanic finished on the Mars.
He
Once
loves
again,
that, right?
Kara.
That's the second time he goes for this
Yeah.
build.
Tano does spot out some heroes. He's gonna lose his Kaya, however.
Wow, so close on the TP.
Oh, that's gonna be the jump in from Tano here. They're trying to go on to now.
Roshin 20. That's the big one.
That is indeed the big one. Also now Disruptor. Wait, does he have three parts of his Agnum? He has 3 parts of his Agnum Scepter. Pillowstone putting in overwork.
And the scan from G Pride actually doesn't connect, even though they were super close on the edge there. So if they read this wrongly, they could be surprised. They could be jumped. Smoke though about to end for Omega, so they don't really have the chance to try and surprise G Pride.
We now have an Agnum Scepter on the Hoodwink, so some amplified spell damage gonna be there.
A Hunter's Boomerang.
200 gold away, 100 gold away from the Disruptor having Agnum Scepters. I believe that's what most likely Radiant is going to be waiting for.
Yeah, if he sells the Quelling Blade there, he pretty much has it.
But he wants to keep the Quelling Blade against the Hoodwink.
Does he? He wants that eggs.
Yeah,
there
he
you
sells it.
go.
Ah, disappointed. Disappointed.
He's gonna
Now
TP.
that's going to be the TP coming in. So now Agnum Scepter, Static Storm. It's no way to get rid of it if you're in it.
Really hard to take fights now. If the Storm doesn't jump with BKB, could be a disaster.
He finds a Regen Rune. Is immediately going to use it. Now, it's going to be the 5-man smoke from G Pride. Roche is up. It's an Agnum's Blessing. Wonder if they're going to give it to the Mars again. Or maybe the Ursa, actually.
Oh, Jaro.
Careful. Mingate. But jump forward here by Kara, finds the 2 supports and lands the spear onto the Hoodwink at the same time going onto the Gyrocopter as well. He got his BKB off before the Static Storm, but now still just finishes him off. Janik still alive! There's gonna be the Chronosphere, but what damage! The damage comes out from Tao, finishing off the Faceless Void. Oh, and oh, the high five coming out here, and there's no mana on the Storm Spirit. And that's a full team wipe. Lyssax finds the kill onto Dismar with some illusions, and is gonna keep the waves pushed in. So they're not gonna get any substantial objective in terms of enemy buildings, but they're gonna take the Roche.
Yeah. Gonna be a quick Roche for now. I think you get the eggs for sure. Maybe give the cheese for the Lina.
Yeah, he puts 3 things in his backpack and eats the eggs. Okay. And that is, you mentioned it during the draft, like the Lina, she has range. If she is not in that Chronosphere, she is just gonna hit the Faceless Void, and we saw exactly that in action there.
Yeah, I mean, and when it's a support Faceless Void instead of a core, I think he got 4 hit or something.
Yeah,
so much
it was rough. As now, gonna go on to now.
Wow, that's a ridiculous amount of damage, actually. What the hell?
That's 2,000 damage just from the 2 supports being done, but
yeah,
gonna be able to get away with the Satanic, so.
Yeah, but that's scary, you know. If they just randomly do that much damage to you, you don't feel that safe going high ground.
Yeah, like it is that Hunter's Boomerang into Sharpshooter. It is so much damage. Gonna go for the safe approach, looking for the tier 1 bottom and tier 2 there as well. Pano gonna jump forward here. going on to Kara, but Kara is so tanky. He doesn't even care.
I don't know.
They're
but
just gonna
this
jump
is
here onto
super
Mingate.
weird.
Gonna go in here with the BKB, going on to the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter is just dead. Okay, now looking for the Shadow Demon here, but Dismar has the Aeon Disc. Now Disruption coming out here. Spear lands onto the Storm Spirit, and that's 3 heroes go down. Now looking for something more here. Lissex. Oh, one more hit. It's gonna be enough. Tau gets the
crit.
double kill. And Dark Demon, he wants more. He wants the triple kill. Going on to tier 4s. Spear misses, but the slow is still gonna be enough. And they're just... Oh, okay. Tau just walks into the enemy fountain while they haven't taken a single set of racks yet.
He is
And-
feeling it. He is definitely feeling it.
They're not even hitting the racks. They know there's back to protection, so there's nothing they can really do.
I mean, that Lina hit so hard.
Yeah, if now did actually say, okay, they forced a GG by just standing in their base. That's gonna be the corner spear. GG being called. And Gorilla's Pride. Like very strong play there from them. The position 5 faces Void. Like we saw glimpses of how it could work, but in the end it just felt like Gorilla's Pride was in control of the game. 22-2-5 on this Ursa.
Yeah, you know, I think the Void is an easy scapegoat. Obviously, it didn't work that well. I think if they send it to the offlane with Darkseer, it could have definitely be more impactful. But the real problem, I feel, is picking Storm into a game like this. Maybe that's the only hero left that Tana was comfortable with. But you could see how impossible it is. Like, you jump the Shadow Demon, you get Static Storm. You jump the Disruptor, you get Disrupted, and then there's an LSA or a Spear, and you die. So you need 2 items to be relevant, but you're a Storm in a game where 2 side lanes got crushed. Like, how... I'm even surprised the game took that long at the end of the day. But, you know, having Ursa not being able to push that much probably was a part of it. It's just, I think at the end of the day, the drafting from Omega needs to step up. Because I don't think they played bad. They were even able to show signs of playing at the same level of Gorilla's Pride, but their draft just made it so hard.
Yeah, so something for them to work on. It is the first week of DPC. A lot can happen, but Gorilla's Pride off to a great start there. Wins the first series 2-0. So far, all of our 3 best of 3s that we have seen have gone 2-0. Now, that is what we're done with today for Division 2. We'll have Division 1 coming up in about 50 minutes. Is when Team Infamous goes up against Thunder Predator. Bowie, can we see you there?
Oh yeah, I will be there. I wish you were there as well, aponzeus, but hopefully we're going to be able to cast some extra games of the DPC. It was such a pleasure doing. I had a lot of fun, especially the first series of this, the first game of this series. Thank you so much for having me, man.
Of course, thank you so much for casting with me. I hope you all enjoyed this cast and the South American DPC. Don't go anywhere, however. Like, maybe grab a little something to a snack, something to drink, and we'll be back in about 50 minutes with Division 1 South America. See you there.
See ya.